Okay. All right. Well, hey, I just wanted to welcome everybody who's taking time out of their busy Saturday to spend it with us. It's great to see your faces. I'm really happy everyone's here. I will have some more words and things to follow up on more towards the end of the training. And I've got my expert crack team of trainers here to impart their knowledge to all of us. So that being said, I think you guys can take it away from here. Thank you.
Okay, so why don't we do quick introductions? I'm Mistress Etiennette. I've been around a while. Professionally, I'm a bookkeeper, but that's not required. Knowledge of accounting is kind of, you need to know the basics, and we'll get into that. Really fortunate to have a wonderful team. I've been the training deputy for quite a long time, and I couldn't do it without the rest of these guys because we all are Exchequer geeks, basically, and admin geeks, and this is what we love to do. So a couple of housekeeping things. We'll probably mute everybody except the person talking, and Thorkel is going to watch. If you have a question, put it in chat because I'm not going to be able to actually see while running the PowerPoint, and he'll pipe up when there's a question, and we'll try to answer them as we go. So who's next? Trent, why don't you go?
Okay, I am, let's see, let's do this correctly here. Is that better, Kathy?
That's better.
I am Baron Torkel Paulson of Wastekeep. I am, in no particular order, the Inlands Reporting Deputy, the Cornbury Exchequer, and the College of Arms Exchequer. I'm also the Cornbury Exchequer account, which you see with the welcome everything is fine, because that has control of my computer versus the iPad that I'm running this off of. So that's why I'm here twice.
Kathy?
Hi, Catherine of Cornbury. I'm the PayPal deputy for the Kingdom of Ontario. Was the Cornbury deputy for a long time.
Exchequer for life.
Exchequer for life, pretty much, yeah.
Yep. Kira?
I am Kira Michael's daughter. I am your current NMR on-tier deputy.
Rantius?
Rantius of Biggleswade, former Kingdom Exchequer. That's why I don't have any hair left. And currently the Ontario Westport Exchequer and the Dragon's Lair Exchequer.
Okay. Alonda? You're muted, sweetie.
Hi, I'm Alonda Bluehaven. I am currently the Society Exchequer, former Kingdom Exchequer, former NMR deputy for Ontario.
Isabella? I probably pronounced that wrong, sorry.
I'm Isabella Forbes. I am currently deputy for Wieldsmere Exchequer and will be stepping up when Bryce steps down.
Welcome. Welcome to the mayhem. Ansgar? Sorry if I pronounce it wrong. You're muted, sweetie.
I'm Ansgar Cotton-Marker. I'm Exchequer 3 Mountains and former project planner who dealt with way too much money.
Well, welcome. And I'm Aslan. Sorry if I pronounce that wrong.
Hi, I'm Aislinn. I'm the Exchequer of Black and White.
Aislinn. Welcome. All right. Adelhhein. How do you pronounce that?
That's Adelheid.
Adelheid.
So Adelheid hi. Just putting a face to the name. I'm about to take over from Jocasta in Shortland.
Welcome.
Yay.
Yay. Nice to have you here. Gerda? Or Greta, sorry. All right. Fiona? All right. Elena?
Sorry, I'm finally unmuted. I had a
there you go.
Fiona Conchabar, I'm going to be taking over from Gara the first of the year for Kingdom Events Deputy.
Oh, welcome. Elena?
Hi, I'm Elena Masnamore, and I'm the Tier E Exchequer. Second time around, I loved it so much, I did it again.
Like I said, we're all geeks. We're all Exchequer geeks. Okay,
It's the best job.
I know. Okay, so we're going to start basically with just some basics. I'm going to share my screen. Trent, if you want to watch, I'll get going on that. All right, can everybody see so you are an Exchequer? Yes? Raise your hand if you can't. So we're only going to go through a portion of this particular PowerPoint because this actually is an old PowerPoint that I have used for many, many years, but some of the other things that are in here will be taken on by more people and in greater details. But this is in the Dropbox if you want to follow along at home and just want it as a backup for notes and stuff. So there we are. So if you're new to the Exchequer, those that aren't know that some of these kind of rules, as Kathy likes to say, the first thing you need is a great big bottle of your painkiller at choice, Advil or Tylenol or something like that. However, it basically means the following: that you're 18 and a citizen of Ontario and must remain as a member of the Society for Creative Anachronism. You're not holding more than one office at a time unless you have dispensation, which many of us do since we're all basically deputies for everybody. Mostly it means you can't be the seneschal, you can't be a landed baronage unless, of course, you have dispensation, and you can't be the exchequer of your own branch or royalty. You cannot live at the same address nor be related to or have a personal relationship with any of the other signatories on the bank account. That's probably the biggest thing. If you're going to take anything out of all of this, that is super important. Because if it looks like fraud or undue bias, you just don't want to go there. And we'll talk a little bit about that later. You have to be able to be neutral and be responsible to your branch. That is super important because, as I've told everybody that I've ever trained, people get funny about money. And unfortunately, you get some of the most contentious arguments you get into are going to be about money, and you have to remain neutral and objective. You also have to be acceptable to the Crown, Cornet, Principality, and Kingdom officers. So I'm going to say at this point in time, if you are an exchequer, your boss is not the seneschal. You are working with the seneschal. Your boss is not the landed baronage. You are working with them. You are part of a team. You are, your boss is the Kingdom Exchequer or Principality Exchequer. They work together. So that's something you have to remember. You also have to be warranted by the kingdom. Your responsibilities are basically being good stewards of your branch's money. That's pretty straightforward. You have to come up and maintain a budget. You have to keep a journal of your transactions for your branch. That's basically your checking account and your check register. You have to reconcile your bank account or accounts if you have multiple on a monthly basis. Fill out your quarterly reports and submit them on time. And as you can see, to be eligible to do any of the special things like online bill pay or PayPal or anything like that, that is super important, because if you do not, you will find that your branch will go in abeyance, and we have had that happen more than once. You have to ensure your group is following society, principality, and branch financial policies, and we'll have a special section on what those are, because they have gotten more and more important, and what you need in them has become extremely important given the day and age. You also have to have identified a good contingency deputy, and we used to call them drop dead until we actually had that happen. So it is super important that you have somebody who can pick up if something happens. We've had that happen. So you know, the rules where, you know, you need someone's name after it, well, it's happened. You also have to update and maintain your financial policy for your group. Super important. And you also have to maintain good communication with your financial community, with your superiors. I cannot stress that enough, because if you get in trouble, don't try to go it alone. Talk to your principality exchequers. Talk to your financial committee. If you're having problems with your financial committee and just need somebody to talk to your kingdom people. Talk to your reporting deputies. We are here to help you be successful. And when you're dealing with money, CYA, take good notes. Make sure that you are doing what you need to do to continue well. I cannot stress that up. That's so important. So I am bouncing back over. Any questions or anything? We're doing okay. So one of the things, let me get this started again. There we go. All right. Give me a sec while I switch again. All right. Everybody can see words, glossaries, phases, and terms now? Yes? Trent, is it coming through?
Yep, coming through fine.
Okay, great. All right. So you don't have to be a bookkeeper or an accountant to be an exchequer. But you do have to have a little bit of a working knowledge of accounting, mostly because those phrases and words are on your quarterly reports. So this is just a quick glossary. It's in the Dropbox if you want to drop, basically download it so you've got it. If you've got a working knowledge, that's great. But there's a lot of people who think they can't be an exchequer because they don't know accounting. Well, if you can if you can fill out reports and follow directions, if you have excellent common sense and can basically have a good head on your shoulders, you can be an exchequer, and we will welcome you with open arms because we love exchequers. Okay. So, come on, work. All right. So the accounting equations, and this is basically from the balance sheet, and you will hear it a lot, where assets equals liabilities and equity. It's just something to keep in the back of your head. Double entry accounting. If you've got an entry, there's always another entry. A lot of the journals and stuff that we have will do that automatically for you, but just sort of, if you end up being off, which Trent will go over with common mistakes and issues that come up, sometimes that's the other problem. The other half of that of that entry has not happened. Assets, of course, are all items the branch owns or that are actually worth something, and that means the stuff that you put on your depreciation schedule. And we'll get into that when we get into the reporting. Liabilities are things that are owed by you, in other words, deferred revenue, payables, things that will basically lower your assets if you pay them out. Again, another just accounting term. Equity is your net worth, and again, just one of those terms that you'll see on your balance sheet, and it'll make more sense as we get into it. Double entry accounting. For every transaction, there's another entry. I've sort of covered that already. Your journal is also known as your general ledger or ledger. You'll hear that actually come across a lot. A lot of times you're asked to upload your bank statements and your general ledger or your journal. Well, what they're talking about essentially is your check register. These include your recordings of your individual transactions, your deposits, your checks, any electronic withdrawals, or journal entries. Journal entries are basically a non-cash transaction. And at the end of the year, when you go to the fourth quarter, one of the things that will happen automatically if you're using the reports that are out there and not just hand keying them in, although that happens too, basically your depreciation will automatically happen for you. It's also when you move transactions from, let's say, prepaid expenses, your accounts receivable, when you're talking about when you've paid out draws or advances, or if you're posting interest on a secondary account. The journals that we use don't necessarily have that. If you don't have a second journal for that secondary account on your, if you've got CDs or something like that. And we'll show that as we get into reporting. Accounts receivable is basically when someone owes you money, i.e. a draw from a group for expenses or a draw for cash boxes for gate, et cetera, et cetera. Payables is when you owe someone money. If you can get away from using this, please don't. I have seen groups when I was Kingdom Exchequer that would have a payable on their books for probably about 3 of the 4 years I was Kingdom Exchequer. And I would always ask, well, have you paid this out? Well, no. And I'm like, well, are they expecting to be paid out? Well, maybe. Okay. So they kept it on for, it may have even gone over when Arantius took over from me, but I think I finally talked to finally getting it off there. A debit is a positive. Expenses are always debits. Don't get this confused with banking debits, which is a deduction. So banking terms are always backwards from accounting terms. A credit is basically a negative, kind of straightforward. Income is always a credit in the accounting world. Again, don't get this confused because you will see credits to your account in banking and debits. Credits for them, it just means something different. So when you're looking at your bank statements, don't get yourself confused. Trial balance, it's the form as we get into the reporting. I'll show you what that is. It's basically a detail of every balance of your account, your categories, every categories, and the proof should always be 0. Your balance sheet is a picture of the overall health of your branch. It's a running total, basically. It doesn't zero out every year like your income statement does, which is the next one down. Basically, it's if you've been doing this for years, it'll be a culmination of everything for those years that you're doing. Income statement is basically a statement of revenue. It's a list. It's a list of all your categories and what those balances were for the year. A lot of these will make more sense as we get into the reporting. Bank reconciliation, kind of straightforward to reconcile the bank statement. Revenue, of course, is money earned or donations, or usually this is a gross amount. Income is basically the profit you've earned. In other words, your revenue income, which your gross less your expenses, is your net income. An in-kind donation. In-kind donations are basically when you're given an item that doesn't necessarily have monetary value. the SCA actually does not track this kind of a donation. The SCA is actually kind of an interesting mix of cash and accrual accounting. You will hear that a lot, accrual accounting. But it's something that luckily we don't have to worry about as much in the SCA. General funds is basically money that's been collected for the general running of the group. A dedicated fund is something that's been collected for a specific purpose. Things like we're raising money for a new pavilion and we're going to sell DAGs on the pavilions to be able to buy this. That's a dedicated fund or a dedicated purpose. If you put that out there, you can only use the funds for that specific purpose. So be careful how you word things. You always want to give yourself an out, and we'll get into that more a little later when we start talking about funds and more a philosophy of money in the SCA, if we have time. Restricted fund is basically monies that have been collected and they can only be used for that specific purpose. They can never be moved to the general fund, nor can they be changed without going to the people who put the restrictions in there to begin with. And most groups, you will not have to worry about that. Kingdom does have to worry about it because I'm sure many of you have heard of the Raven Travel Fund. That is a restricted fund. Society still has a restricted fund for dance, and I think, doesn't it, Alonda? I'm not sure. I think they still do. And they can only be used for that specific thing. So when the kingdom is raising money for the Raven Travel Fund, it can only be used for the travel fund and nothing else. And that particular fund can never go away because it would have to go back to the people who put it in to use it beforehand or at the beginning. And unfortunately, one of the people, and they would have to be on the throne as well, the person is no longer with us and the other one isn't playing anymore. So basically what on tier, if they ever decided to get rid of it, could bring it down to what the fund is, which I think was $150, and then never use it again, but we can never ever get rid of it. So just don't do it. Deferred revenue. Now, many of you, especially those that have the larger events, and if you ever run a kingdom event, deferred revenue is basically a liability because you've been given money for a specific purpose, and usually that's feast fees, gate entry, pre-registration, all of that stuff. If the event doesn't happen, then you have to give it back, hence why it's a liability. It doesn't actually become gross revenue until the event happens. Again, when we get into the reports, we'll go over kind of how to track that and what to do. Most groups will not have this unless it crosses the year, and we'll get into more of that later. Expenses, of course, is money you've spent. Bad debt is money you hope to collect but never have, i.e. non-sufficient fund checks. Fees and honoraria are money that you have paid to a company or an individual for services rendered. This basically means things like trailer tabs, web fees that someone paid the web fees for you, that sort of thing.
Speaker fees for Collegium was in that category.
Right, speaker fees. Yep, thank you. Not herald's fees. If you pay the heralds something for for any heraldry that happens, they're part of the SCA, that's a transfer out. We still get that where they've put that in there. So just remember, if you're paying anything to the College of Arms, or rather College of Heralds, it's a transfer out. Depreciation. depreciation basically is this, in a nutshell. You buy X, a pavilion, and the pavilion has a 7-year life on it. What the IRS likes to do is they don't want you taking that expense that entire year. What they want to do is they want you to take that expense and spread it out over the 7 years or 5 years. There's 2 different there, and basically take that divided by 7, and you're expensing that over 7 years. Now they have changed the amounts of what actually goes into depreciation these days, and they're getting higher and higher. I don't know. I think it's $2,500 right now. I don't remember. What's that?
2,000.
2,000.
Yeah.
What's the lower threshold, Alonda? Has that changed?
The lower threshold is 2,000.
Okay, so if it's less than $2,000, don't put it on depreciation. Okay.
Was as of 2019. So anything purchased on 2019 or later.
Okay, and we'll get more into that as we get to that screen of the report. Okay. Any questions on any of the, I kind of went through this pretty fast because I'd like to spend more time on the report, and you will hear a lot about these later. If you have any questions, please make sure you're putting them into the chat. It's pretty important. I have a tendency sometimes to talk a little fast, so if you're not understanding something, make sure you say something.
Elena's got a good point.
What's that?
Elena, you want to unmute so you can share it, or you want me to just read it?
Sure. There are some Canadian exchequers on this Zoom meeting, and just a reminder that if you are making a heraldic fees payment to the College of Heralds of Tier B, that is a transfer out. But if you are making a payment to the College of Heralds of Ontario, that is a donation.
Yep. We'll get to that when we get to the reports, but
that whole cross-border thing, just because you just mentioned the heraldic fees payment. Thanks.
Yep. Good point. Very good point. All right. So let's do a new share and get to, let's see. All right. Can you see, everybody see the report now? Let's move this over here. All right. Yes, you can see the report?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just making sure the tech's working. It's kind of hard when you don't have people in front of you. All right, so this is the 2018 updated SCA Master Report that's in the Dropbox, and this is a expansion, thanks to Alonda and her team, of what Ontier and some of the other groups have been using for a very long time. This is a all-in-one, and it is the new report that is out there, with basically a journal that flows into the report, and it helps you with your trial balance, it helps you with your budgeting, all that stuff. So we'll start with basically the report info and instructions. Excuse me. Everywhere that there is a blue cell, that is something that you can manipulate or enter things into. And, basically that will flow. Now, please, evidently you can use this in OpenOffice. I have never, most times, and most people who use this in OpenOffice have a lot of problems with the macros that are built into this.
Oh my God, dude.
For those of you who are branch exchequers who have an @ontier or an @tier, or I'm going to guess @summit as well, the online version of Excel will run this. It's not as cool as running it on your local machine, but it does work.
For those of you who are running a Mac, the local Mac versions will not run this.
Interesting.
Oh,
because
wow, didn't know
Microsoft
that.
has refused for more than 10 years to put Visual Basic into the Mac versions. So the macros don't work. You have to get onto a PC or an online version.
Ah, good to know. Good to know. Having never been a Mac user, that I wouldn't, yeah, I would have known that. Okay, so
Well, quick follow-up question on the Mac. I have a Mac. My backup computer is a Linux. Does it work on Linux?
I don't know.
I don't. If it'll run Visual Basic macros, it would, but I don't know if it does.
Visual Basic macros. Okay, I'll look that up. Thank you.
Oh, good, very good points. Not one I've never heard that before. That's good to know. All right, so as I said, all of the blues are things you can enter. Basically, the name of your branch. This is what, if you're setting up your year, the name of the seneschal, who your hardworking exchequer is, because we all are, what year it is, what quarter it is, quarter type, and you'll have a drop down. Oh, it's gone. It used to be sequential and cumulative. We'll just say we're all cumulative now. Thank goodness. And what currency type, so that the corporate or your kingdom, which rolls up into corporate, knows what currency you're doing. And whether you're a subsidiary or corporate. We are all corporate. All of us are pretty much all corporate. And then this information will flow over to your balance sheet and fill in your periods here. Okay. So let's talk about the journal. Your journal basically is, like I said, a list of all your transactions. And this, in order for this to work, you need to have, you'll see in the Dropbox something that's called journal codes, and those journal codes basically help drive this. There's also a budget tracking for this. And your budget, your branch budget, basically the codes you're looking for are these right here. And what I have found very helpful is when I was doing my reports, I basically print off the journal codes. They are available, or they used to be,
at the bottom
here, down here. And so you could print this, but if you don't want to keep going up, you can print just this portion and have this available just to look at. But you'll see all of the budget codes and then all of the line codes. And these here correlate back to, if you look at like the primary code, this 2A, that basically tells you what it moves down to. So like this undeposited interest, non-interest bearing cash, if you put that in there, it would basically go to 1A. Oh, never mind. I'm using the wrong one. That basically, this is the, these are all your balance sheet accounts. It would basically go to the balance sheet, and it's this I, assets, and then A, this line item. Does everybody see that? That's where those won. So IB is cash interest. IC would be receivables. Okay. It also refers to your trial balance. It's the same line items. Okay. And I've stuck some of the stuff in here, but I haven't coded anything yet because I thought we'd do some, it's a little harder, but doing this online. All right. So for this one, the UPS store, PO box rental, it would basically go to, depending on what so when we're talking about expenses, basically there are three kinds of subcategories. We have the main category, which UPS stores, PO box rental. Of course, that's postage, right? Go down to your list and you've got postage, shipping, and PO box rental. Well, there's admin, there's event, and then there's fundraiser. And what that correlates back to is the 990, which is the tax form that the SCA as a whole reports to the IRS with. There are three main categories on that 990. And this is how Kingdom tells our tax specialist what those expenses were for and where they go on the 990. And if you ever have, I don't know if it's still there, but it used to be they used to post the 990 because we are a nonprofit and we are members. We have a right to see that 990. It basically will, if you ever get a chance to go out and look at the 990, I suggest you do because it's very eye-opening. It basically gives the entire picture of the health of the SCA as a whole. And it all begins with filling in these line items right here. That's where it all starts. And of course, admin is the administration of the group. Most nonprofits, you want to make sure that if you're, and this is something to think of in your own, when you want to donate to a nonprofit, their admin expenses should be less than 10%. You, as somebody who's going to be donating to a nonprofit, you want to see the money that you donate go to their stated goal. In other words, our goal is to feed the homeless. Well, you don't want to see that 60% is going to paying the salary of the ED and only 40% is actually going to feeding the homeless. So when you're actually doing and coding these, you want to make sure that you're putting what needs to be admin as admin, but you also want to make sure that if it really might be events, you should be putting into events, which correlates to program. If you ever look at the 990, program is what the IRS calls our events. And then fundraiser is fundraiser. You don't see a lot of transactions in fundraiser. Most people don't use them unless they're actually, this is mostly used for bigger groups. Excuse me. Where they're holding big galas and then anything that's put into that is expenses that were used to put on that big gala, things like an auctioneer or something along those lines. We as the SCA, you might be buying t-shirts that you're going to sell, and that's going to be a fundraiser. And so you buy them, so the expense would be categorized as fundraising and the revenue would be considered fundraising. So don't see that very often with groups, but it does happen. So this one here, let's just go ahead and do this one here. The report line, of course, would be 22, if you're playing along at home, 22-1. If mostly what you're using this for is admin. In other words, you're mostly getting your bank statements, junk mail, anything like that. If you're using it for largely getting pre-registrations for your events, you could see putting it into 22-2, postage, shipping, PO box rental, event. Most people stick that in 22-1. Your budget basically would be, if you go to the branch budget, this makes it a little easier to see. And I've kind of pre-filled some stuff in here. You'll go to PO box, it would be RT3. Again, I usually put this over And I usually do this. And so when I'm doing things, you can see I moved all of these over. I just found this easier than scrolling all the way down. I can just look, look, I print that portion of it and go forward. Excuse me. So we fill this in to use your drop down, RT, what did I say that was? RT3. Okay. So when we go back to the branch budget, we should see the cost here. Does that make sense for everyone? Hard to see. Hopefully, yes. Again, storage rental. Now, storage units are kind of interesting because it depends on what you're storing there. Now, as far as Kingdom goes, we have, I believe, we have two different storage units. We have event stuff, right? And then we've got the waivers and gate sheets and stuff. Well, the waivers and gate sheets could be construed as admin because basically they are the administrative side of the SCA. They could also be considered event if, you look at it. It just depends on how you look at things. Personally, I think that's the admin side, whereas pavilions and water-bearing supplies and Eric's and all that stuff all go into making events. So that's the storage of the event. So it would be under basically 21-2 occupancy and site charges event. Oops. I think you can type this in as well, but I have found that with some of these, if you don't use the drop down, it doesn't work as well. And this could be under, again, RT2, if you're looking, playing along at home. Let me say RT2, there we go. So go back to your branch budget and then you see it's filled out. So this is what this form will do for you. Do we need to go on into any more expenses? Are there any expenses out there you have questions on that you're not sure how to categorize them? Yes, no?
General sound of crickets.
General sound of crickets.
I think you're probably good to move on. Okay.
So with this report, you'll see journal, your quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4. The nice thing about it is, and one thing I will definitely say, after you finish with quarter 1, save this as quarter 1 so that basically for the end of the year, you'll end up with 4. Although they build on each other, sometimes if you have to go back and rebuild, it's nice to start with a clean quarter 1. Okay, so let's take a look at the trial balance. Again, remember the blues are all things that you can manipulate. Excuse me. This is where you would basically key in your beginning numbers off of your last year's report. Please don't change your starting numbers or Elowen's going to be coming at you shaking her fist. Or rather, your reporting deputy will. So basically, you take last year's reports of your ending balances from your basically your balance sheet, and you key them in here. This is from the journals. This is not from the bank statements. That's really important because while hopefully your ending balance for December is your journal total, because hopefully everything's cleared the bank for you, it's not always. So this is basically, you just go down the line. This is a lot easier. So basically, this hasn't started filling in yet because we have to. But basically, you take these numbers right here and key them in right here, all the way down. You don't have to do anything with this, but as you can see, as we've started putting things in, it's starting to fill things in for you. And this does need to be 0, but that's just because we haven't filled everything in on here. And we haven't reconciled anything yet. Excuse me. All right, so this is basically, you won't necessarily be using this much. This is just handy if you're off, and it's usually the first place I go if someone's having problems balancing. This is the first place I go, is the trial balance. If you've entered in things incorrectly, and this is a little harder because this is sort of a staged one, this should be 0. If it's not, then something's wrong. And that, I don't know about some of the other reporters, but that's basically how I do it. Of course, your bad budget, and we will be going through budgets. Basically, you want to fill in what your budget is, and if someone says, how much money do I have left? Well, okay, storage facility, it's only been $864. We have $336 of your budget left. So this is, and then as you can see, this is basically quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4. So say your chatelaine hospitality, depending if you wanted to say your approved budget that you approved the previous year, you guys decided you wanted to spend $80 on hospitality. Basically, if you've set up hospitality in your pavilion at an event, and it's a meet and greet, this is kind of what you would budget for, and this is an approved budget that your financial committee and populace have all approved. Basically, they want to say, well, how much money do we have left? Well, this would tell you how much money you would have left if you keep this up, and it's really important, especially when you start getting into the third and fourth quarters and they decide they want to do something. You can say, well, no, that wasn't on the approved list. You need to come back to us with a proposal of what you want to do, because although, and we'll get into this more when we talk about budgeting, just because they have an approved budget, if they have expenses that were not on their original list, they need to go through whatever thing you have on your financial policy to be able to approve those. It isn't just, okay, I get $50, I get to go spend $50. Let's see. Okay, contact info. This is where you fill in your warrant ending date, if you know what that is. If you don't, contact your Kingdom Exchequer and they can tell you. Although right now it's sort of up in the air for a lot of who your deputy is, and who your other deputy is. Okay, so pretty straightforward. I'm going to whip through the stuff that's pretty fast because we have a lot to cover today.
Can I
yes,
interrupt
please
real
do.
quick on the deputies?
Yes, please.
So one of the things that needs to, hey, my video hasn't caught up with me yet. Oh well, I'll keep going. There we go. One of the things that is important to keep in mind is the deputies here is what gets transferred to the deputies list that is signed by the Crown. Yep. And that's your actual official warrant. The paperwork that gets passed around, while cool, isn't actually your warrant. You should have anyone who is a signer or who owns or controls the property for your branch. So you, your deputy, your chamberlain, possibly your teamster. You kind of got to keep that in mind because that's what's going to cover going forward. Ellen might want to tuck in on that one, but
yes,
that was one of the things that come in.
One thing I want to add is, especially when it comes to this primary account reconciliation page, you notice at the bottom where it wants you to list your signers. I am going to be focusing on these pages for all the reports that are coming through now. We have had some disconnects and discovered some branches that did not have a Kingdom representative on their account. And it led to some very unfortunate results. So I'm going to be focusing on this. If your answer is, I don't know who the Kingdom rep is on my account, let's have a conversation. Let me dig through my files, talk to your bank, find out who those signers are, because this needs to be completely filled out, and I'll be focusing on it. So
it is getting harder and harder. And as we get into later down the road, it is getting harder and harder to add signers and take signers off. So keeping that updated is extremely important because banks are becoming, they have regulations they have to follow. Unfortunately, it's flowing downhill and hitting us. And we are a business and we have to act like one. Gone are the days where we can pretty much just walk in and add somebody. There are very serious steps that have to happen to make that happen. And if you have any questions at all, make sure you're talking to Elowen, because it's, as she said, we've had some unfortunate things happen where we didn't have signers and we've lost accounts. And granted, some of the accounts we've lost, we lost some Canadian accounts because nobody knew who the signers were and it wasn't kept track of. So that's super important. And if you don't know who the signers are, you should be able to go make an appointment now because of COVID. You should be able to make an appointment, go in and get a list of your signers and get those updated. Since there's not a lot going on, I would really suggest by the end of the year, you make sure that happens. You need to make sure that Elowen's on your account or her chosen representative.
And, I am finding in this, COVID world, banks are actually becoming a little bit easier to work with. They're more willing now to email signature cards to me to sign. So they're lightening up on their protocols in response to COVID. So actually now's probably a good time to try to get these things resolved because they're much more willing to work with us. So things to think about, folks.
Right. All right. So primary account reconciliation, and this would basically be your checking account. Your branch name, what the account title is. Now, most of these should say SCA Inc. Name of branch. However, again, when Alonda can probably talk a little bit about what she talked about earlier in subsidiaries and DBAs and stuff a little later, what the branch name needs to be and why we're having such a problem with some of the banks. The account type, of course, would be checking, and the account number. Now, you can put your account number here, but you might just, because of privacy issues, make sure that your Kingdom has your account numbers. You could also just put, and then the last 4 digits, because what you don't want to have happen is someone get a hold of this and they've got your branch number, your account number. That's more of a little security thing, and I will leave that up to Elowen's discretion or your reporting deputy's discretion as to what goes in there. Bank signature requirement, always dual signature. I don't care what the bank doesn't look at it. I don't care that the bank, will take only a single signature. Have a dual signature. This is a CYA for you, because Exchequer should not be making decisions about what gets paid on their own. Okay, you just do not want anything that could be construed as malfeasance or any kind of collusion or anything like that, because if that happens, Elowen, if there's even a hint of it, she has to investigate it, and you just don't want to go there. Trust me. I've been through too many of them, and you just, it's too messy, and always dual signatures. And then your statement ending date, and oops. Yeah, I'll enter a date. Promise I will. Now, if you're having problems with the balance sheet where this is still saying 0, 9 times out of 10, it's because the statement ending dates, or at least it used to be, the statement ending dates aren't in there, or this isn't balanced. So for sake of ease, we'll just make it balanced. So one thing, bank branch phone number, name of contact, if you have one. It behooves you to set up good working relationship with your banking people. If you have somebody you deal with, I know Alonda and I, when we had to change everything over from her to me, it saved us being able to go into the Lacey Bank of America and deal with everything right there. If you've got somebody you have a good working relationship, use that. It's really important. And if you put it here, that basically gives it to Kingdom in case there's a problem. This would be somebody who knows what the SCA is about. You've had a face-to-face with them. They understand who you are. It doesn't help if, the people move around so much, but at least you've got a starting point, right? You've got a branch you're used to dealing with. So next is the balance for the bank account statement at the end of the period. That, of course, would be, what your ending balance is. Excuse me. Hopefully this matches. Deposit dates, if you haven't amounted of a deposit and it hasn't been deposited yet, that's when basically these are your uncleared items, things that are on your journal but haven't made it to the bank yet. Now, if you've got a deposit that hasn't made it to the bank yet, unless it crossed, you had an event at the end of the month and it flowed over into the new month, then you need to just don't do it. Get the money in the bank as fast as you can. Don't be holding on to money. It's too easy to have things go awry when that happens. So really, you shouldn't have anything here, hopefully. Your check numbers, do not use this as your register. Check number, date, amount. Clear it off as soon as you get it. Do not use this as a register. I'm sure Torkel can tell you later some of the horror stories that he's had to deal with. Okay. Any questions about reconciling a bank statement? Most everybody who's an Exchequer hopefully has. Yes? Any questions? Any questions about the form before we move on?
Nothing in the chat.
Okay. Excuse me. Okay, so secondary accounts. This is where you'd put your savings account. This is where you'd put any CDs that you have. Again, if you don't fill everything out here, it will not transfer over to the balance sheet. Okay, so pretty important. Make sure you're filling the bank name, account number. Again, if you're leery about having that information available to too many people, just put the last 4 digits and make sure Kingdom has those account numbers. Just because, this does get passed around and is available to anybody, you just don't want to have, excuse me, you just don't want to have that information floating out there too much. I'm sorry. Okay, account number, again, dual signatures, although if it's a account, savings account, interest bearing, yes. You need to make sure that these say yes or no. That's it. It basically is important because that it basically states where it goes, cash earning interest or not. So that's so it goes into the correct area. Statement ending balances, any deposits, any withdrawals that have not cleared. Again, if it's a savings account, there really shouldn't be anything there because hopefully you have deposited and withdrawals are all done within the time frame of the month. And then the ending excuse me, balance in the register and ledger. Again, who's on each account, make sure those is up to date per L1's request. And then once those work, they will flow over to our balance sheet. Okay, our balance sheet. And you will hear, we love it when this says green. Green means wonderful for Exchequers. Again, remember, these here, you can manipulate them. This is where you would put your beginning balances from the end of last year. We'll just fill that in so it goes. We actually have, looks like we have money on deferred revenue. That must be from another class. Again, ABC, you'll see this went into cash earning interest. That's because down here, this says yes. If this says no, it should move it. You see it moved. It went from here to here. So if you're having problems with that, make sure you take a look at it. Excuse me. All right, let's change this back to yes. So there's our balance sheet. And again, total assets equal your liabilities less equity. And it'll show our net worth. And this is your proof. Basically, it's the change in net worth. This is not how much money you've made for the year. Just make sure that you understand that it's not how much money you've made for the year. It's what changes that have happened in your net worth. Because you can have changes in your assets that don't necessarily impact your income. So that's just something that you need to keep in the back of your mind. Let's see. All right, income statement. This is where most of what your branch health is going to tell you how you're doing for the year. And we'll just go through these pretty fast. Do we have any questions on the balance sheet? I'll say keep going.
Nope.
If okay. Make sure you're speaking up if you do. I know I'm going through this pretty fast. So first is your fundraising. These are basically your non-medieval activities, and most of these are as we get into the report, this will flow over. The only thing you fill in on this sheet is basically interest earned. And actually, this is a formula. This probably should not be blue then. M18. You can see up here where there's a formula here. It's got M18. It's coming from
the check figures line.
The check figures slide. Yeah, right here. Right here. So that probably should not be blue, but that's okay. And this, yep, this comes over from your trial balance. Again, that trial balance is pretty important. So basically you can see fundraising, your direct contributions, that's donations, no activity, activity related, medieval act. This is basically your income from demos and activity fees, adjusted gross income. And then next down is any transfers from another SCA account. For those that are new, the SCA monies, what you always have to remember, and this was a hard lesson back when we had to deal with the lawsuit, is the monies that are in your account do not belong to your branch. They belong to the SCA. It is basically a great big bucket of SCA money. And, you know, Dragon's Lair has some, and Drona has some, Wastekeep has some, a Cornevere has some, but it's all SCA money. So when we take money out of Madrona and give it to Wastekeep, basically it's still the same bucket of money, right? We're just pulling it out of this group and putting it into this group, but it's still the same, all the same money. So it's not income for the person, for the group that got the money. It's not an expense for those that sent it out. And examples of that are, say you put on an event together and you decide to share the proceeds. Well, it's income for the group. The event income that comes in is income for the group that is going to basically run the event. Not necessarily run, but basically only one group can handle the money for the event. When that group writes a check to, say, Vulcanfeld, because we've shared, Madrona has worked stuff with Vulcanfeld, and so has Wastekeep. When that group writes the check for Vulcanfeld, it's a transfer into Vulcanfeld because Wastekeep has already reported that income as income. It's not income for Vulcanfeld. It's just a transfer in. And this is where most new exchequers have the hardest problem of remembering that. So do we have any questions on that before we move on?
I have a clarification. This one was
thank you.
really difficult because Stromgard used to have a castle that they would rent out to groups. And groups used to put it
That's
down
different.
as an expense instead of a transfer.
Right.
And because they were renting a castle.
Right. Yep. Good. Very good point. Thank you. If you have any questions, make sure you're talking to your reporting deputies or LON about if this is income. Now, PayPal is a whole nother category, and we'll discuss that when we get into PayPal. This PayPal income is not, is income for the groups. I believe it's basically like the ASEPs.
Yeah.
If those that remember what ASEPs is.
Okay. It's group income. It's not PayPal income.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Catherine. And she'll explain that more when we get into PayPal. Okay, so interest earned, of course, if you get interest on your checking account or savings account. Net inventory sales income, just, this is a philosophy thing. Make your life simple. If you buy a box of Known World handbooks and people all put in for them and you're just basically going to sell them, don't inventory them, please. Unless you're buying a whole bunch of them, please just don't. Just, if you're buying t-shirts or whatever, do prepaid on your orders for t-shirts. Do prepaid on your orders for books or whatever it is you're going to do. Don't maintain an inventory. Unfortunately, with as transient as the SCA can be, they have a tendency sometimes to go walkabout, and you'll be hanging on. I had one group that had 3 Known World handbooks, not the new ones, the old ones, on their inventory forever, and I just could not get them to write them off. Oh, but we still have them. I said, really? Who has them? Oh, I don't know, but I know we still have them. Don't do it. Just please expense it. Don't give yourself that headache if you can. I'll help it. Okay, so other sales income, sometimes you can put in there, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is actually where you would put, pardon me, sales of those Known World handbooks. Excuse me, my throat's getting a little sore. Okay, adjusted gross newsletter income. I don't think any group has subscriptions anymore, so you probably will never use this. Net advertising income. Again, I don't think we have any groups that are actually using this. So basically, it's when like the crier used to sell advertising. I don't know if it still does. Or the TI, if any of you get the TI, when they sell income, advertising, they would report their advertising income. And the reason why it's
Etienne, June Fair does some advertising.
There you go.
So
it's very specific. It's very specific. And most of us will not have to deal with that. And the reason why it has to, you might say, well, why do we even have to call this out? Because selling advertising income is outside our stated IRS mandate. In other words, it's not, it's income that is not garnered by or not earned by events, which is our stated income. It's over and above. It's actually taxable income for the SCA, whereas event income is not. So just keep that in the back of your mind. Other income, you will never, ever, 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 ever use this unless specified by your Kingdom Exchequer, because there's probably a category where it belongs to. So I'm going to skip the rest of this because it'll make more sense as we get into the rest of the things, but I wanted to make sure we went over the revenue portion of this because this is where a lot of people will have the most questions. All right, so we'll go to 5A, asset detail. So this first part basically is your receivables. And this is basically, as I said before, you're owed from, and typically this is where you put things that are owed to you. Unresolved cash advances. In other words, you gave Fred $500 for the gate box. Until he gives you the $500 or a receipt of a $500 back, it stays there, because if that money goes missing, Fred owes you that $500. It either has to come back in the form of the gate boxes, or he needs to write you a check if that money got lost. And that's a whole nother thing. Returned checks. If someone bounces a check, they still owe you that money, and the bank fees that go along with that. And if you have any questions as to how to handle any of that, the Exchequer Handbook will give you step by step what you need to do to collect that check. Make sure you follow it and don't leave it there forever. Make sure at the end of the year, unless it happened in November, you're writing those off. If you don't hang on to them forever. Okay, so
hey, question at that.
Yeah.
On the receivables, if you have one that's been on there for years, how do you get rid of it?
Well, basically, you have to do a journal entry. Now, let's say, and you have to have the approval of your Kingdom Exchequer to get rid of it. Say, and you know, we actually had one of my favorite people or groups who had a $2,000 site deposit paid for by someone. They never moved it off. They actually kept it on receivables for a very long time until I finally said, we're writing this off. You basically have to do a journal entry. And you'll see here, well, let's go to this one because it's easier to see. You'll see here increases and decreases in income and expenses. You basically have to do a journal entry here to move it. In other words, this $2,000 that we've got, it probably should have been written off to occupancy the year it happened, but they didn't do that. They didn't obviously fill in whatever it was. So say at the end of the quarter, the events happened. You gave this person the $2,000 or whatever it is that you did. It would basically be JE, and this is basically how I do it. It's JE. The date it happened, we'll just pick 3/31. Yeah, my number. Wow. There we go. The date it happened. And if you ever get numbers, that means your column is not wide enough, and you can double click here. Oh, come on. There we go. Basically, check payee would be, whoever it was. Office, this would be event. Name your event. And this would be, write off old site draw. And then you would fill in, your report line, which hopefully would be your IC. And I always get these backwards, and I have to, where's IC on here?
Up.
Is it all the way at the top? There we go. Budget may not be on your budget. You may have it there, you may not. And basically, so it would be, negative $2,000. The next line would be, if you have problems with these or have some of these, and then you can just do, make sure you're talking to your people about this, because journal entries are kind of tricky, and I always get them wrong the first time, so I always have to do it and then go back and fix it to make sure it does what I wanted it to do. And this would go to the expense. There we are. So we'll put it into, get out your handy cheat sheet, 21-2. Again, it may or may not have a budget depending on what you're doing. And this would go into expenses. So that's basically how you would write it off. This is basically when no money has changed hands, but you need to move it from one category to another. So if we go to the trial balance, we're going to see, or should see, the two. So let's make this 2,500, just to make sure that it does it. So we're basically reducing. Hey, I got it right the first time. You're reducing your receivables balance by $2,000, and you're increasing your expense by $2,000. And that's how you do it without any money changing hands. Does that make sense to everybody? These are for non-cash transactions. And if you've got something on there, and at the end of the year, you should always be looking at these to make sure that you're not carrying over dead weight to the new year. Check with LON, check with your reporting people. I've had this on there for the entire year, or it came over, you inherited it. How do I get rid of this? This event is over and done with. Make sure you're talking to your people.
Etienne?
Yeah.
Journal entries also are for your savings interest.
Correct.
It has to be done as a journal entry.
Yep. Any of the things that are on this secondary here, any secondary accounts that also, not just as Alonda pointed out, savings, but any CDs, any changes in CDs, interest at the statement date, that's where you would also do. if it's interest for your primary account, it would just go in here, this portion of your savings. And before we only had only one line. This actually, thanks to Alonda, is much easier to use because, as I said before, expenses usually have a positive number. So as long as you're increasing your expense, this should be the positive, then you know with double-sided accounting, this should be the negative. Sort of makes it a little easier than when we only had the one line. Does that make sense to everybody? Yes? Move on. Okay, so we'll move on to, excuse me, prepaid expenses. So prepaid expenses are things that you have paid, but the event has not yet happened. Things like, as you can read there, site deposits or down payments that will actually be used toward the final payment. They are not calling it a security deposit, right? It's a site deposit, and that site deposit, your total cost is $2,000. They want $500 now. That $500 would be a prepaid expense until the event happens, and then you would do a journal entry, like I showed you, to move it out of prepaid expenses into occupancy and site charges once that happens. Now, I'm just going to say this because, again, this is where, if your report's off, this is where people have problems sometimes. If it happens within the same quarter, don't bother with it. Just expense it. Hopefully that makes sense to people. If it happens just within that quarter, in other words, you paid the thing in January, the event's in February, well, don't put it into prepaid expenses. Just put it into site and occupancy. Save yourself the headache of having to do that journal entry. If it goes over a quarter, you kind of have a choice. If you want to put it into prepaid and want to do the journal entry to move it, be my guest. You don't have to. It depends on how comfortable you are with that. Make it easy on yourself. Some people, that's what they want to do because they want to see things exactly the way they're supposed to do it. However, if it's year end, you have to do it because you don't want to have, again, SCA is kind of one of those mixed accrual cash accounting. You don't want last year's expenses or previous expenses from the next year in your current year. Again, you do, and vice versa. So you want to put things like 12th night. 12th night, Madrona made a deposit at the hotel of $500. Well, it should be carried on prepaid expenses because the event's not going to happen until January. And we probably made that deposit in 2018 because that's what most hotels are requiring these days. They're 2 years out on most big events. So they would carry that there from 2018 to 2019 and then expense it in 2021. Or well, 2018, 2019, and expense in 2020, just to get the years right. Ursulmus is another one. June Fair, if you guys do, big deposit for whatever site you're using, you may have to make that in 2019 for the 2020.
Yeah, we start collecting merchant fees in December, so yeah, that does fall in the category.
Mm-hmm. So, okay. Does anybody have any questions on that? Again, this is one of those areas where there's usually, if there's a problem with balancing, it could be because of that. Any questions? Yule, if you have a Yule in December, or an event in January and you paid for the deposit or part of the rent in December, you'll want to carry that forward. Other assets. This is where you would put a site security deposit, which you know will be returned to you. That's really the only thing that should be going here. If you have something other than a site security deposit, talk to Elowen before you put anything there, because really that's the only thing that should be going there, is basically the security deposit. Excuse me. Any questions on that one? I'll just keep going. Do we need to take a break, or is everybody okay? This is, I know we're running through this pretty fast just because but it's a big portion of what we're doing.
I was going to say it's 11:40 now.
Yep.
Do you want to go until noon? We can take a half-hour lunch break.
That's fine.
Does anyone have a problem with that?
Okay, so I'll try and get through the rest of this. Most of this is pretty straightforward. For the rest of it, deferred revenue we've kind of touched on already. You know, we've had December deposits for feasts. Other people that basically, again, don't use deferred revenue if it's happening within that quarter. And really, if you're a small branch, only use it when it crosses the year, because it where people end up, again, it's one of those, if you end up off, typically this is, or if you know your income isn't matching because you haven't moved this deferred revenue into income. What usually goes here, merchant fees, as Arantia said, for June Fair, pre-registration for Ursulmus, that's a big one. 12th night, if they run pre-registration, that's usually in there. When I was Exchequer, Ursulmus always had deferred revenue. Always, always, always. And so did June Fair. If you're collecting any money at all for the next year, that's where this goes. Because if the event doesn't happen, you will basically have to return that money. And not to throw another wrench into it, if you've collected that money and say for COVID, your event gets canceled, but someone says, "Oh, just keep my $20. The event or the group needs it." Well, that becomes a donation at that point. It's not really event income because the event didn't happen. Does that make sense for people? So at that point, you'd have to do a journal entry and get it out of deferred revenue and put it over in donations and actually put it on the donation thing. And I've heard that that's happened for some. So there's a lot of people who are saying, just keep my $20. You know, the group needs the money because, you know, we have to pay our storage fee for the next year. Okay, payables, please, please, please don't use this. Just make it easy on yourself. If you really want to, and you have someone who still owes you receipts and they haven't gotten them to you by the end of the year, you should have in your financial policy how long they have to get you those receipts. If they're over that, it will be up to you and your financial committee if you decide to reimburse them. But if they've got 30 days to get you receipts and they don't get them to you in 30 days, and you guys decide you're going to go ahead and pay them out, then you could put it, you know, to here what for prior, you know, what the current amount. This should always be whatever last year's stuff is, right? This would be whatever, you know, the $30 or whatever it is. Honestly, don't use it. Don't use it if you can help it. Again, if you have questions, make sure you're contacting your reporting deputy and myself, or more importantly, Elowen. Okay, so inventory detail. I wish we could say just ignore this, but most local groups will not use this. This is basically things you've purchased, known world handbooks, t-shirts, etc., etc. If you decide to purchase a bunch of t-shirts and you end up with 4 or 5 left, please don't put them on here. Just expense them. Please just expense them, because this has a habit of just hanging around forever. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. If you decide you really want to, go ahead, but you're going to make it harder on yourself for sure. All right, here we get into depreciation, and they've made this bigger. It used to be much smaller. As far as this stuff down here goes. All right, so regalia. This basically is your non-depreciated equipment. Things like champion swords. This is where the value of the value should not change. In other words, usually it goes up. Things like swords, orbs, chains of office, cornets, all that stuff. You put in your description how many you have, and if you paid for 2 cornets, that's where you'd put in 2, the year that you required them, what their prior value, which would usually 0 if it's something you just purchased. And then basically the value of what you paid for it, not the value that it was appraised at, the value you actually purchased it at, and then a value adjustment. I have never in all my years ever seen this happen.
Etienne,
yeah,
this is still at 500,
right?
Not the new 2000.
Right. This is still at 500. In other words, if you spent $30 on a new signet ring for the Baron, it doesn't go on here. That it needs to be on your inventory, but not on here. But yeah, this is still at 500.
I want a signet ring. That would be awesome.
I figured you'd like that. And you could get yourself one. Anyway, so this would be anything of value. Not your champions cloaks, not because those cost less than $500 to produce, I hope. If you're spending $500 on champions cloaks, we need to have a discussion.
They also wear out.
They also wear out. That's exactly right.
So you don't put anything here that wears out.
Correct. This is just, this is not your
jewelry
rapiers. Right. This is not your rapier sword for your champion because it was $100. That needs to go on your inventory, not into regalia. This is just your high-end stuff. Most shires and cantons will usually not have anything here. It's your cornets, it's your any chains of state if they were that expensive, and typically, Kingdom might have it, but you shouldn't have anything here that is that. Other sales income, this is where you'd put anything that was basically not major inventory. This is where you'd put, okay, we bought a box of Gnome World handbooks. This is how many we sold. Here's the income from selling them. And this is not reported as major income. Again, don't put it on your inventory. Released or sold asset. Now, before you do anything with this section, contact Elowen about how to do it, because even I still have issues. This is if, okay, so Blathanor, Kira can attest to this one. They had their trailer stolen. Well, we had to list out everything that was stolen that was on the depreciation schedule. And basically we had to use the comment, the free form, and then come back to this little section and put formulas in there, mostly because there wasn't enough lines. Typically, you will never use this unless you sell the pavilion that you have and it needs to come off the depreciation schedule. But before you fill this out, make sure you're talking to Elowen about how to do that, because this is something she will have to deal with when she does the roll up. And if it's done incorrectly, her report won't balance and she'll be in your face about it. Nicely, of course, because she's Elowen. All right, so depreciation schedule. Here's your five-year depreciation schedule. That things like your trailers, laptops. I mean, remember when laptops were down in 7? So that doesn't work anymore. Anything, you know, any 5-year. If you have a question as to where it's supposed to go, again, contact Elowen and she'll be able to tell you. And make sure that if it's anything, you know, greater than $500, it needs to go here.
2,000 here.
Oh, 2,000 here.
Yeah, the depreciation.
Purchases are value greater than $500. That should probably
I know
say
the form has not been updated.
Okay, that's why. So yeah, 2,000 here. So ignore this. It's 2,000. Anything that's going to be licensed. Alonda, if the trailer's only $600 or $700, but it needs to be licensed, should it be on there? Trailers always have to be on here, right?
Because trailers have to be insured by the society, and if you don't put your trailer on there,
it's not going to be
it's insured for. I'm not sure what they insure the trailers for, but it's nothing useful for us.
Right, and that's a whole nother discussion. We could probably have a whole class on. Elowen could tell us her adventures in insuring the Kingdom trailer and its contents. Anyway, so basically 5-year would be trailers and electronic equipment. If you purchase a laptop for any of your people, 7 years are basically your thrones if they're expensive and more than $2,000. Cooking equipment, which I'm not sure why that's on there these days. I guess if you're buying a big campstone for I'm not sure. Pavilions for sure, if you have a pavilion, because typically they are more than $2,000 unless you're buying a small one. If you have any questions about what should be on here, again, make sure you're talking to somebody about what that is. Okay. Transfers in. Again, you'll see right across the top, funds received from PayPal get reported on 11B income details. So you should never put a check here from your PayPal person, from Kathy. This is transfers, again, that great big bucket of SCA money, and we're just moving it around between people. This is where you would report that. Please, please, please put all the information here. The biggest problem that Elowen has, or any Kingdom Exchequer has, is balancing that transfers in and transfers out. Because you've transferred money out, the other place basically has to report it as a transfers in. Those have to balance. And if you have a transfer out or in that comes in at the end of the year, and you need to move money to them at the end of the year, do it early. If it's the last, and that includes NMR. If you just don't write any checks that are going to another branch the last 2 weeks of December, unless you know for sure and can hand it to them, and they are going to go to the bank. Because what has to happen at Kingdom, if the transfers in don't match the transfers out, they will be coming back to you to make you change your report to reflect whatever side that is, whether it's putting it into deposits that have not been received or what have you. But just don't do it. If you can, it's just you. If you talk to any of us that have been around a while and have been exchequers for a while, most of us will say we don't write any checks in the month of December unless we know for sure that they're going to be deposited.
As Society Exchequer, I have found so many kingdoms didn't know that, and they had to send so many reports back to their groups at the end of the year. And I've been telling them, well, On Tier has this rule. And they're going, oh, that's such a good idea.
Yes, yes. There are a lot of really, really, really good ideas that come out of On Tier because, of course, we rock. We rock. Okay, so this is outside of the kingdom. This was outside of the kingdom in the same country. Again, like our illustrious Thierry Exchequer has pointed out. If you're sending money to Canada, it is a donation received or sent. They're donations because they're outside of the country. That is really, really important. And something you need to remember. So the one group that probably has it usually doesn't affect most of us that are down here unless, like the Herald's office, if I get money from Thierry.
On Tier West War.
On Tier West War, I was just going to say On Tier West War, or it's not Shittamwood anymore, Thornwood, because they are in the Principality of Thierry. They will have that more often. Most of us that are in the lower half of On Tier will not have that unless you're actually sharing sharing income, basically event income. This would be where you would put things to the SCA, your insurance, and if your person, and I believe this is still the case, if you have somebody who buys insurance and say pays for it with a credit card and you reimbursed them, that goes here. Isn't that still the case? Yeah, Ellen saying, yeah. And basically what you would put would be the person's name, the check number, or, put CC for credit card. When that check date is really super important. That when it happened is really, really important because that helps balance, because everything you put here has to be reconciled up here, right? Things roll uphill for us. Or downhill, depending on your point of view. It still needs to be there because, again, it's an expense. It's still SCA money. You may have paid it outside of, and the best way to look at it is this. Someone paid for it, you're reimbursing them. It becomes an expense for the branch at that point. And at that point, it's an expense for the SCA, and it's a transfer out to corporate. The fact that there's a middleman has nothing to do with anything. It's still taking SCA money from here and putting it over here, if that makes sense. So anything where you're writing any check that has to do with SCA money is a transfer in or a transfer out. So again, up here, super important that these are all filled out. Super important. You will make Elowen's life so much easier because let's see, how long did it take you to balance the transfers in and transfers out this year, Elowen?
Well, this year was easier than the prior year, but it's always the last piece of the roll up, and it always gets a little ugly. There's always one or two branches that had open transfer checks that involve a lot of tap dancing around to get all that straightened out. So yeah, it's probably the hardest part of the roll up to do.
Yeah, when I was doing it, it usually would take me about 10 hours to balance everything for the
yeah, I was going to say, I always usually budgeted a whole day just for that.
Right. Right. It's if you love your exchequers and your Kingdom Exchequer, you'll make it easy on them. And maybe Elowen can show you the roll up at some point today. Okay, so transfers out again, same thing. Well, actually, this was transfers in. So what I said about corporate wouldn't go here. It would go on this one. Excuse me. So actually, good. I don't know if they're actually doing refunds on insurance right now, but if you got a refund on your insurance because the event was canceled, that's where this would go because it'd be a transfer in for you. Again, transfers out.
Renee had to give us a refund for the June Fair insurance.
Well, there you go. Okay, good. Well, I'm glad to hear that they're doing that. So that basically, that's where this would go if you received a refund for that. Or right. Actually, this is actually a really good question. It's not something I had thought of before, but it just popped into my head. Alonda, the donations from, say, the matching of Microsoft, that would go here, correct? If they got a check from Renee about the donations, Microsoft is sent, because they're sending them to corporate now, and then Renee writes a check to the branch.
Right, but that would be donations to you because they don't count them as income up at.
Okay, that was my question, is if it would be considered a donation or not.
It's a donation.
If they were counting it as a donation but they're charging $100 check fee, aren't they?
I don't know how.
Okay, that's a really good question because they were Madrona got a check and it was less $100 check fee. So I'm not sure. So okay, well then that's good. If you're lucky enough to have that, then ask how you're supposed to do that. So all right. What do we got? Oh, we're right at noon. Okay, so we'll come back, I guess, when we take a quick lunch break. Yes. Or do you want me to get the last couple of pages in?
What do you guys think?
How's everybody feeling? I know this is a lot to throw at you.
Last couple pages sounds good if there's only a couple.
Well, it's just the income pages and expense pages. So, I mean, we will cover finance committee when we cover finance, and then funds we can discuss.
Yeah, let's push through and.
That's okay. So these are actually pretty fast. Fundraising internal goes here. In other words, internal would be you held a dessert auction for whatever event. Never a raffle. We all know that, right? Never a raffle. Always, and it would be whatever the event is, and then the activity, say dessert auction, and then how much you made. This is for internally. This is something that happened at an event. This has happened where you're raising money from our own members. External would be, we held a car wash. We held one group, I don't know if they still do it. I don't know if it's Fire Mountain Keep, I think it was, used to run the concessions at a rest area. That's because it was outside of our members. That's what go here. And the reason why you have to differentiate between the two is because depending on what that activity is, it could be construed as taxable income. Again, mostly because if you're running a car wash, that's not in keeping with our stated goals. We're not raising money through events or teaching classes or what have you. That is outside our stated goals. Now, if you all dress up in garb and you're calling it a chariot wash, well, maybe. Really not, though. A car wash would not be considered part of our stated goals. Direct contributions, that actually is, you're listing the stuff that comes, excuse me, from 11C, which is on here. And basically, this is the donation, SCA related. This is relatively new. They are actually asking for detail about every single donation that we get now. Didn't used to be that way, but now they are. So this is really important that you're filling this stuff out. And then income from demos and activity fees. This would be if, say, well, Secret would be a really good example. I know that I'm trying to think of the name of the museum that's up there, basically ran a demo, and they wanted basically color, and they wanted a demo for whatever exhibit that they were doing, and they got paid a fee to do it. This is where you would put that. Say the Boy Scouts want you to come out and they're going to pay you $500 to run, a day of medieval whatever, talk about knightings and cooking and, whatever. This is where you would put that. Does that make sense for everyone?
There are some groups that charge a fee from the fighters and the archers to use the area because they have to pay for it.
Correct.
So they charge an activity fee. That's where this would go.
An activity fee. Heralds, like when I report the heralds fees, this is where that goes, because it's not income related to an event. It's a different thing.
So quick question.
Yes, my dear.
As we were mentioning before, sometimes people, for whatever they pre-reg, then decide they don't want a refund, and that's a donation. We have to list that on the donation page?
Yes.
Ah, shit. Oh, okay.
Now, you can also just put, you can also group them together. This event, this many people basically donated their refund to the group. You could put that.
Like donations, refund donations from X event or whatever. If we want to group it that way. Okay.
And, when you go to, let's get back to,
so we don't have to do them individually?
No, you don't have to, unless it's a large event. I mean, if it's a large amount of money, yes, they're going to want to see, because that information actually has to be reported to the IRS.
Yeah.
So, Elena says, with online auctions being disallowed as SCA activities, some people are running private fundraisers as online auctions and donating those funds as private individuals to branches.
Right.
Do we record as the donator being the organizer, or as group of persons or something like that?
No, it would be the group, basically the group that's doing it. In other words, it's if they're doing it privately, then it would be a donation from that person. It wouldn't be a donation from a group.
So, for example, Mary Grace last year did T-shirts, I want to say, and they were for the Thrones or something. And so she collected all of that, and then she made a donation of X amount of dollars.
Basically, the profits from
Yeah.
She paid the expenses. She collected all the money. Then whatever was left over, she gave.
And there are very strict rules about not advertising on SCA. Private fundraisers may not be advertised on SCA media of any type. Social media is coming out with a statement on that.
It's just what we can and cannot do. The IRS is starting to tighten down. So therefore, blankety blank rolls down here. Now, we have to be more careful about how we do that. So here's this part here. This is we received money from, say the Boy Scouts just want to give us $500 for and we're not doing anything in return. This is where we would put that. This is an organization non-SCA. This is for down here would be if a group in Tier E sent us money. This was where we would put that. Okay.
Or
If
Gulf Wars sends volunteer hours.
Gulf Wars says, sometimes Penzic will do that. Excuse me. This also would be where you would put, Wywood has a Bubba, and basically you put out a donation jar and you collected donations at an event to cover whatever it is that you wanted to cover. Wastekeep, that first time we were doing PayPal, they put out a jar for PayPal to help cover the PayPal fees. Well, that's where we put that. And you wouldn't have to put, everybody that put $1 in, you would just say, donation jar at this event, the date it happened, and how much it was received. Does that make sense for everybody? Any other questions about donations? Okay, 2 more and then we'll quit. Okay, so any expenses, and also remember here, this will fill in automatically the OA, AR, and FR, and that's I don't see it. Yeah, you would fill in OA, AR. OA is administrative, AR activity related, FE or FR is fundraising. So don't forget to fill that in. Sorry, I didn't cover it. There we go. Advertising non-SCA. Okay, so this is not, for our own newsletters, but this is things like June Fair when they advertise, locally in the local newsletter or the local newspaper or something like that. So this would be non-SCA advertising for your event. Bad debts. This is where you would write off those NMS, or not NMS, NMR, non-sufficient funds. There we go. Too many N's. This is where you would write off the bad checks. And the one thing you need to make sure you're doing is that you put the name of the person in there. I know that you may not necessarily want to, especially if you know them, but it's really, really important you do that, because that is how Kingdom will notice that a merchant is bouncing checks all over the place, and it could, and if it crosses state lines and it becomes a significant amount of money, there could be some legal ramifications, especially if it starts crossing kingdoms, and they don't necessarily notice that until they get to the roll-up. So if you have any questions about that, make sure you consult the Exchequer's Handbook and Elowen if you have any questions. There's all kinds of reasons, and I'll just give my little spiel right now. There's all kinds of reasons why a check will bounce. You need to make sure you're handling it with the utmost discretion, because maybe it's just a bookkeeping error. Maybe a lot of times it would come out with, they grabbed the wrong checkbook. The account got closed, or they closed the account, and they just grabbed the wrong checkbook.
The account got hacked.
The account got hacked. Yes, very much so. The account got hacked, and that's even more something that could happen these days, given in the world we live in right now. So handle this with the utmost discretion, because you absolutely do not want to confront someone in the middle of an event at gate or whatever. Pull the person aside and have a private discussion with them, and do it kindly, right? Because what you don't want to have happened is you do not want to have a bullying charge against you because you didn't handle it well. So just be kind. It can have some unintended consequences if you do not handle things correctly. And if you have any questions, again, and I had questions come back to me because one time it was a peer that bounced the check. Well, she just grabbed the wrong checkbook. That's all it was. And she replaced the checkbook as fast as possible. I had a friend that I ended up, she grabbed, she's suffering from cancer. And the check went through before her Social Security kicked in because she was on disability. That's all that was. Right? But if you call her out in the middle of what's going on, you're just already adding on to what could be already a problem. So again, I know it sounds like broken record. Discretion is super important. Fees and honoraria. This is where you would put trailer tabs, any fees like Thorkel said, any fees that you paid for speakers, teachers, if you pay for, you pay your teacher to come in, and teach a class, this is where that would go. If you were website, if you're still paying website fees and reimbursing somebody for the website fees, or paying them directly, the most wanted electronically, if you're not sending a check, that's where these would go.
This is where most of the 990 information comes from.
Correct. And do you want to touch on 990s real quick, Alonda?
Yeah, 990s are when we pay someone money and they're not a corporation. And we have to send them a 990 for IRS purposes for their income. And so if this is where that 990 information comes from, we also at the same time now, instead of waiting till the end of the year and everybody's forgotten who they've paid money to, we're having everybody get that 990 information and send it to tax@sca.org during the year as they go along.
So,
and that it should be recorded in your comment section that you sent that 990 information up to corporate.
And the 990 information comes what's called a W-9. Now, again, this is for US only. Before you write a check to anyone, you need to get a W-9 from them. And the reason being is the income levels for that is $600. Well, you may only be paying them $300. They may be doing things for other SCA groups, and their total is going to be more than $600. Now, if they have an issue with giving you a W-9, then you need to rethink about paying them and have them do anything. It's an IRS mandate. Again, the SCA is a business, and the SCA can be fined if it's discovered that we are writing checks to people without reporting it.
Yeah.
If, again, like Alonda said, if they have problems giving you the W-9, they can email it directly to taxes@sca.org. But they have to provide their social security number or their EIN. And if this person is somebody who's going to be doing a lot of stuff, it suggests that they go onto the IRS website and get an EIN number. It's super easy. It takes 5 minutes to get, and they will get an EIN number, and then they're not handing out their social security number. They're handing out the EIN. I personally have, I am a sole proprietor, but I have a federal ID number because I don't want to be giving my clients my social security number. And that's what you do to basically protect yourself. Okay, expenses. Insurance, this is non-SCA. We're going to be seeing a lot more of that with trailers and such. Here is other expenses. You will never, ever use this unless we contact your Exchequer, your Kingdom Exchequer before using. There's always some place to put it. And then, of course, here's where you put donations to the SCA subsidiaries or others, 501c3. You guys decide to you raised funds for the Red Cross. Well, you wrote the check to the Red Cross. You need to make sure that they have a federal ID number. Now, if this is also where you would put any funds sent to Canada and any funds that are sent to any of the subsidiaries. Now, most of the subsidiaries are we don't deal with. Now that may change given what Alonda told us this morning, but usually you will not be dealing with subsidiaries. And I think that's everything for that one. Any questions on that? Any questions on these before we break for lunch? I know we went through this pretty fast, and it's kind of hard to digest all at once. If you have questions, make sure you write them down and let us know, and email Ellen or myself or Thorkel or whoever your reporting deputy is about this report. A lot of this report will do everything for you, but it's still pretty big. It's a big report. And this is basically how Ellen gets her information that goes up to corporate. So, any questions? All right, should we break for lunch?
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
So, as a I'll not block my camera. As a reporting deputy, over the last couple of years, there have been several common issues. Things that happen quite often. A lot of this came out of, I was seeing the same thing over and over from people. And so I would take a screenshot of the before and what I had to change and list it like, this is why you didn't balance, because they would send me the reports with, I'm stuck. Yeah, thanks, Kara. Yes. Is everyone back? Raise your hand if you're not here. Okay. Old joke. Sorry. They would send me these reports with, I can't balance, it's off by $12 or whatever. And so I would go through and I had this like breakdown of, these are the things that I would check for. The first one is the dates. You have to make sure that you're in the right quarter and that you've got the statement ending date, because in the formula that's doing the auto correction, if you have entries in Q3, well, so I'll use screenshots. If you have entries in November or October, and you're still saying you're in Q3, the auto checking of the formulas isn't going to go look at those items. So you have to make sure that your dates are correct. It's being really slow. I'm not sure how much of this actually impacts anymore, but I was seeing things that they weren't showing as cleared the bank. And I think for me, that was more of a making sure that it has reconciled within the statement and you're not having this extra item on the uncleared checks on the balance sheet. Quite often, and this doesn't work so much when you're using the online, but if you got the local version, some of the macros don't run until you save them. So you can make a change and you go look at a different tab and nothing has changed because the macro hasn't run. So you get in the habit, or at least I got in the habit of, when I was trying to help someone else, I would do a save as at the beginning of my work, and then just constantly, like, I would make a change, save that save document. So I had the original document they sent me and the one I was working on, so I could always start over again. But I would keep track of those changes as I was going through them. Starting numbers. Don't change these unless you've been told to change them. We had some confusion last year, I want to say, because Ellen came back and said, no, these numbers are wrong. You need to use this number to start with. And it was for a roll-up or for an outstanding check or something. but you shouldn't be changing those. Once you set it in Q1, when you set up the document, that should change, that should stay put the entire year. And you can see on this one, I took the three screenshots because I had, in this case, it was Silver Hearts, and she gave me permission to use all these screenshots. Q1 was 1875.15, Q2 was 1875.15, and then Q3 it was 2608. And she had no idea how it changed or why it changed or what, but it just had changed. So once we changed that back, she was good to go. Event income. And we can get to this in part of the financial budgets and policy that we're going to talk about later. So you can see this is from Draygate, that they deposited $310. They did two deposits, $310 and the $100. The $100 was the gate fee reimbursement. So they did the journal entry or the journal correctly, that the $100 came out and the $100 went back in, and then they made $310. Well, since the overall deposit was $410, they put $410 in the income for the event. And now you've got an extra $100 floating around that makes your totals wrong. Oh yeah, that one it should be, that's my quote, aggravatingly confusing is step 3 of being an exchequer. Once you figure out that you're going to be confused and it's aggravating, you can get past it. Jeanette brought this up. This is your balance sheet. This is your outstanding checks. This is not your journal. Please don't use this as your journal. I see people who are like, well, the Q1 balance 2565. I wrote these checks, and there's my balance total. This is going to mess you up if you don't use the form that has the built-in journal, which is the one that you can get from SCA Corporate. It doesn't have the built-in journal. It does have a free form. If you only have 10 or 15 items throughout the year that you're writing a check, do it on the free form journal, on the free form page, and just keep track of it. Having it do this way will mess you up because you'll forget about them. And then this doesn't match the statements that you're getting because you're not looking at the correct numbers there. The bottom of the balance sheet, that has to balance. And it says right there, it'll turn green when it's balanced. If it's not, it won't balance. And you can see the $730.48 where you're off. And this was, in this case, Silver Hearts, when she changed her opening numbers. That was how far they were off. Because all that math is figured by the Excel sheet. If you're not balancing, you're not balancing. Which is a truism, I guess. The primary account page, one back, that's where you have your statement balance and any outstanding checks and the journal balance. Those have to balance. And that's where that journal page comes in really handy. Oh, yeah. Some stranger things that we had to find. Prepaid expenses. Prepaid expenses, I don't like using them. I will fully admit I will avoid them at all costs because people forget about them. They put them in there. In this case, Jaegerfest was in January. They put them in January and then forgot to fix it. They did it all within the same year. There was no reason to use them. Statement dates. Statements should be the end of the month. There are some banks out there who still don't use end of the month statements, but most of the time you can ask them to change that. It's going to be much easier for you if your statement date is the end of the month or the last business day of the month. Double check that. Are you sure? Dedicated funds. On the journal page, on the contents page, it will show you a breakdown, and I can bring that up here in a minute. It'll show you the breakdown, and one of the errors is when this dedicated fund list page, it's near the back, doesn't match up. So one of the tricks is if you don't use anything other than your general fund, do the Excel formula to make the general fund line match that. This, the 000 on the upper part, is what's coming from the form, and the blue is something you can fill in. So you can change that to be equal to that entry. It's one of those workarounds. If you start using general funds, or excuse me, dedicated funds, it will mess you up, but most people don't use dedicated funds. And if you really want to get complicated and you have a dedicated fund of $500, you can do the math in the Excel to figure out for that. Journal entry lines. This is that drop down that Etienne was showing earlier, that if you don't have something in the journal entry line and you have something filled out, it's going to cross-reference and check. So in this case, they had a deposit of 1025 and a direct contribution of 1095. So it's technically a transcription error, but they're also missing the journal entry code, so it won't even check against that. So it's going to count. In this case, it counted it twice as an error. And then there's the transcription error. Are you sure you've changed the quarter? Quite often, that is a big one. And it's so much so, I've got it in there again, because people forget to make the change to the quarter. If you ever have a really problem, take a break, save it, walk away, go shoot some arrows, go drive around the block, or at this point, walk around the block, do something else for a little bit to clear your brain. Because sometimes you'll be staring at it so long that the numbers start swimming and you're not going to see the error anyway. And if you're still stuck, come in. Oh, it's much better if I can get the thing to actually swap. If you're still stuck, call somebody. There are 3 reporting deputies, one for the inlands, that's myself, one for rivers, and one for Western. And then there's the Tier E and the Summits Exchequers, as well as Elowen. And there's the group. There's the Facebook group that you can say, help, I'm stuck. Can somebody help me? And quite often, they'll want you to send them your journal. And at that point, they can look and help. And, it's like, oh, it's right there. You missed that. It's like, son of it. It happens.
I was thinking about that on the break, Trent, since we all have Office 365 accounts and we have access to Microsoft Teams as Exchequers, you can actually get on Microsoft Teams and share your screen and work it out together.
Well, you can even share the document amongst accounts, and it becomes a live edit. So you're not even sharing the screen. Like you can be working on the document and you can see the editing that's happening on the document for the other person. But that takes a little more coordination to be able to get to that point, because otherwise, when you're working on your report may not be when I can help you, but if you're emailing or calling, then chances are pretty good. Easy peasy. Awesome. Orontius, do you want to take over for financial committees?
Hey, I have one quick thing. One thing I've noticed is that if you don't put the OA, AR, or FR on places like funds and fees and honoraria, it doesn't count it. And so therefore make sure that all of your boxes are filled out, because sometimes it's just a matter of putting in that code and boom, you balance.
I'll make sure to add that as a screenshot.
Elaine here. One thing I find is I always check if there's something wonky to see if it's locked or unlocked. For instance, the small report that you can download from the sca.org website, the small page, some of the fields we should be able to edit are locked. So they're using the unlocked version. And then I'm looking at it and going, well, those 2 values don't match. Well, it's because they've overwritten the formula.
Yeah, especially, let me share real quick.
has a question.
Open it up.
What is the process to use to change your starting numbers? If they do not match, what corrections do you make?
Ellen,
Your
that's more
end
for you.
corrections.
Okay, well, I would think first of all, if you're not balancing and you believe it has to do because you've imported the incorrect starting numbers, we would have a conversation. Right? The first thing you can do is confirm with me what were the ending numbers for the prior year that were reported up to the IRS. That becomes your starting numbers for the next year. As far as the process of changing them, that's just going into the spreadsheet and making sure the spreadsheet has the correct numbers in that starting column.
Okay. Well, this is William, although it's coming through as my modern name. And of course, it's not anything that I have to worry about currently because I'm not a branch exchequer, but there are times that I've got branches that have this issue, and I really don't know how to correct it appropriately.
Yeah. So, excuse me, you have access to the roll-up as well, so you can, as one of the reporting deputies, you can go in and look at the prior year's roll-up to see what were those ending numbers, and that will at least let you know whether or not that branch is using the correct numbers. Every now and then, I've come across entries in the roll-up where it was pretty obvious that perhaps prior Kingdom Exchequers may have done a balancing entry just for sanity. Usually I see them hanging out in payables or receivables, and they haven't been cleared out yet. And so sometimes I will, if after talking to Exchequer, she has no idea what it is, and I can't figure out what it is, we'll do a balancing entry to clear that off. And that's what gets confusing for Exchequer. So I'm saying, your numbers aren't right. Well, the only inconsistency is because there was an adjustment in there that the Exchequer may not have known about or was told about, but didn't make the adjustment on her end when she started the books for the next year.
That actually happened
I cleaned up a lot of those last year. I think I have maybe four more cases that I'll need to clean up at the end of this year.
So one of the things that I remember seeing that drove me nuts was in, let's see, it was in the income. So you see how these are blue here, and there's some that are blue and some that are not, because most of the ones here are going to be pulling from the journal or the trial balance technically, but some of them are not. So you may have to remember to go in here and add some of these in manually. This one actually should be pulling from here, and I think this one's slightly messed up somewhere. But someone had gone through and manually made a change here, and then the next quarter, when they had added things correctly, it wasn't taking that into account. So we had to go back through and re-add all of those formulas to put them back correctly, and then they were fine and good to go. That's fun. Why is that on this? Oh, yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's not the easiest of spreadsheets to work with, but I've also worked with much worse ones as well. Once you learn it and all its little quirks and how the whole thing integrates and works together, I think the job of an exchequer becomes much easier.
When I was Kingdom Exchequer, the second time I did the roll-up, fully half the branches we had to do journal entries. I was pulling my hair out for weeks.
Yeah, some of them are still hanging out there.
Oh my God.
But I'm cleaning them up little by little.
That poor tree in your front yard, Orontius.
No, Ellen's done a great job with cleaning up my errors.
I don't know if they were errors, but I can see, and I totally get it too. When the Kingdom Exchequer is up against a deadline, you've got to get that roll up. You've got a couple of branches that are straggling, and then when they finally get you the reports, they're not right. They're balanced to the wrong numbers, or there's a weird payable you can't define.
Back.
Right, and they get you their numbers on May 1st.
Yes. Yeah. So that's when you get desperate and make it work and figure you'll clean it up next year.
Right. Right. All right, I guess I'll get started. I don't have a slick presentation like my predecessor is there. So this is going to be a little bit free form. what we're going to do here is I'll go through some general introduction on the financial policy and financial committees, and they kind of roll hand in hand. And what we're going to do is we're going to pull up the Dragon's Lair financial policy, which just went through a major overhaul, and we'll go through it item by item. And all of you jump in, ask questions, or make statements that improvements, ideas, etc. Hey, and Torquil, I can share screen, right?
Yes.
And pull up stuff? All right.
You should be able to, yes. And
All
we have noticed that for some people, their bandwidth can't handle the sharing of the screen and the video. So if you start to get choppy, I might have you turn off your video.
All right. In the Dropbox, there's several items that I've placed in there. One of them is the actually the chapter 3 from the Exchequer's Handbook, which talks about financial policy and financial committees, and it's just that chapter itself. And it's actually, from a branch Exchequer standpoint, it's a 20,000-foot view. It's got great information in it, and you should read it before you go through a general overhaul or writing of your branch policy. But the next step is, and Alonda and a group of hers did a great job of putting together a breakdown of that in a concise financial policy format. It takes all the important parts of chapter 3 and lays it out. When you go through your financial policy for review, put this on your desk first. Take your financial policy and chop it up and put all the pieces of it into its sections here. That's the first thing I would recommend. And then the next step is to go through it and throw out all the items that have been hanging out there that no longer apply to policy, that are actually out of compliance with policy. And you'll be surprised at how many items you find that fall in that category. The Dragon's Lair financial policy hadn't been updated in almost 10 years, so we found ourselves throwing out about half of it. And then at that point, you will, and I would recommend that you do this yourself first instead of by committee first. It'll go a lot faster that way. And then after that point, then you get a small committee group of people together and go through and write down what you do as a financial process for your branch. Every branch is culturally different. You have to follow guidelines of society, of course, but what works in Dragon's Lair won't work in Madrona or won't work in Aquaterra. We're all entirely different groups. So keep that in mind. And once you have written down how you make financial decisions, now comes the hard part. Now you have to make everything gel together and match while following all society requirements, satisfying all the needs, desires, and wants of the branch, and getting done what you need to get done. Financial policies must spell out how you handle all financial transactions in the branch. This involves the financial committee, how you make decisions as a group, how you budget, how you handle events, how you handle money, warranting, reporting, all the good stuff. And like I said, if you have access to Dropbox, keep these items. They are quite useful. All right, let's see here. New share. I'm going to pull up the Dragon's Lair financial policy. All right. Now we're just going to go through this and speak up. All right. Ask questions And like I said earlier this week on the Exchequer's page, I'm hoping that you all had a chance to go through here and come up with questions on your own. And like I said, I don't have a polished presentation to go through, so I'm relying on you all to supply some of the information here. And all my predecessors and compatriots here, if I'm forgetting something or you have good ideas, make sure to speak up, all right? All right, Dragons are financial policy. We start out with a purpose, and you don't need to do this because all it does is lay out a headline of what we're doing here. But I found it a good focus point. This is why we're doing this. And first paragraph, composition of financial committee. The Seneschal and Exchequer are always members of the financial committee. And if you are a barony, the baron and baroness act as the third or fourth, because sometimes some branches have the baron and baroness each have their own vote. In Dragon's Lair, it used to be the baron and baroness both had a vote, but we've since changed that to both of them have one vote. Yes, the date, you're absolutely right. This one is April 2020 at the bottom there. Let's see here, but I do need to change that. This isn't actually an older copy. I need to go fix that. I was just answering a question online there. Let's see here. And the usual notes here, everybody on the committee must be a paid member. Let's see here. Term, the second paragraph, term limits, how long people stay on the committee itself. That must be delineated. If they're baron and baroness, it's delineated. Same with Seneschal and Exchequer. You serve 2 years with single years after that approved. And that's spelled out here.
Hey, Orontius.
Yeah.
Was there a reason you spelled out the terms explicitly instead of just labeling it that the Seneschal will be on the policy, will be on the committee?
Well, we had, when I put this out for populist comment, there seemed to be a lot of questions about that. So just to clarify, even though we understand the technicalities behind the membership requirements and term limits and such as that, newer members of the group may not. And if they're reading the financial policy, this is a learning experience for them. So yes, technically that doesn't need to be in here, but if it helps clarify it for more of the populace, and keep in mind the populace size of Dragon's Lair, we're talking 200 people here, many of whom are new within the past couple of years. And we encourage these people to read the customary and the financial policy. And so when they read this, believe it or not, they come back and have questions. And yes, it is a reiteration of standing policy elsewhere, but we find it helps. And you know me, I get online, and when I start writing, I get wordy. Anybody who knows me knows that. Good question, though. All right, paragraph 3, timeframes and methods for meetings. And interestingly enough, the COVID thing has really kind of put a focus on this section because of the online status a lot of us are doing right now. We used to talk about meetings as part of a financial committee meeting in person, but now we're doing a lot more online meetings. So as Alonda has pointed out previously, that should be spelled out in our policy, that we're allowed to meet online and make decisions in that format. And here's another point here, discussion of how votes are made by consensus, by majority, by who makes the decisions and how they're made needs to be delineated clearly so that everybody can understand it. There are times when financial decisions could become contentious. So if you have a clearly spelled out method for decision making, how, when, where, why you make decisions, the clearer that is, the easier tough decisions are made. So keep that in mind. In Dragon's Lair, it spells out here, we meet monthly, and we have a standing agenda that rolls from month to month so that we don't lose any financial issues that are hanging out there for months. And that really has become important during this COVID thing and things like June Fair, where we made decisions late last year that are basically on hold for maybe a year or more. So that standing agenda has become important to us just to keep things in sight so they're not forgotten. And just to ensure that we get the populace input, everything on the agenda is put out on our various email and Facebook groups beforehand, and they're brought up at the beginning of the business meeting as part of the finance committee meeting. And at the end, we adjourn the financial committee meeting, go through the rest of the business meeting, and then come together again as a financial committee to review with the populace all the financial decisions that were made. And this gives them, the populace as a whole, a chance to speak up. Because even though the financial committee makes the decisions, the populace has to have a buy-in on this. And because events are like June Fair are such a big deal in Dragon's Lair, we have a processing events bid as separate part of the policy here, just to define that a little bit more. A budget for June Fair it's a big deal to put together, to gain consensus, to understand what's actually in it. So we've broken out processing event bids as a separate item in here, just so people gain more awareness of its importance more than anything else. All right, a big part of the financial committee is to look at the big picture of branch's finances. And a big part of that is the budget. The financial committee will get together along with the officers of the branch and anybody who has a stake in the budget itself, and lay out the budget for the following year. And we've actually gotten a little better in the past couple of years of getting a more granularity in what we spend from year to year. So our budget's getting a little closer to what we actually spend. But it's taken a lot of work. We go to each officer and sit down with them, each incoming event steward, and really lay out the numbers of what they plan on spending, what the future holds for them, what they spent the last year, and even what they hope to accomplish as part of their tenure. And so we ensure that is included in the budget. And the financial committee has to, like I was mentioning earlier, looking at the big picture, you have to look at how much money you have altogether, how much in the way of assets you have in the big picture. As mentioned elsewhere, you may want to spend money, but do you have 2 years worth of operating expenses in your accounts? If you spend $10,000 buying 5 pavilions, is that going to leave you enough money to operate for a year? Your normal events, renting meeting space, other activities. You got to take the big picture into account. And that's one of the big reasons for having a financial committee is the populace wants to play the game. They may be interested in how branch funds are spent and concerned, but they're looking at their own interests. They're not looking at the big picture interest. And that's the job of the financial committee. All right, timeframes and methods for action approval under normal circumstances. And This is where we talk about budget. We approve things by consensus rather than the majority. And we've always managed to achieve consensus. If we don't, we halt the discussion and reconvene at a later time, because consensus is always our goal. All right, let's see, timeframes and methods for meeting and approval in emergencies. And emergencies is a broad term. It could be that we need to budget for an event site in between formal business meetings, formal financial committee meetings. And we know the event's already been approved, but we were surprised because we had a time frame. So we would either, we have a provision here where we can get online and meet as a committee and approve it as long as we discuss it at the next financial committee meeting. Just as documentation, that's the big thing. Document, document, document. Let's see here. And reporting schedule. This is also a reiteration, more or less, of Kingdom policy here. We just reiterate it here to make sure everybody understands why we push for control of receipts and such as quickly as we do after events or after activities. And as you go through here, as I mentioned earlier, I am quite wordy, so things do get repeated several times within this. All right, the reporting requirements for reports themselves are also a more or less a reiteration of Kingdom policy, just as repeated. We put it here so people at our level, at the branch level, understand why we ask for the information we do in the timeframes we do.
You could also put in here reports from event stewards after the end of their events. That could also be in your reporting requirements.
Yes, yes, and I think you know, I should put that here too, but I have another section that also talks to that too, but you're right. And there's a required paragraph 8 where it talks about when you review the financial policy. And like I said before, it'd been 10 years since we reviewed the financial policy last. So we need to do a better job as a Dragon's Lair of following this more. Controlling cash receipts. This is an important one for us, mainly due to June Fair. We have a lot of funds going in and out the gate there. And if we don't have a formal process, there's a lot of room for a lot of missing money there. So we try to be relatively strict on who controls the money, how it's controlled, and when. And even that breaks down sometimes at a June Fair where it's very chaotic at best. But every year we work on refining that process, and that's spelled out in this section here. And there's our PayPal. This is a part where I need to get better, because I took generic PayPal language from the Kingdom policy, and I've seen a lot better layouts of PayPal policy. Like the Three Mountains PayPal policy is pretty awesome. So I might actually try to steal their language and input it in here at some point.
Orontius, the Three Mountains policy is the one that we're recommending as a template for people, especially for bigger groups, because they address, you know, when to use PayPal, when not to use PayPal, like for large events versus tiny events, you know. But that's the one that we're recommending that people use as their template. So
the society
it's very well
PayPal
written.
policy is under revision right now as well.
And another thing, something that Orontius just alluded to, don't reinvent the wheel. If you see something you like and like the wording of, steal it.
Yep.
Yes.
It's not copyrighted.
You can always ask permission, but nobody's going to really care.
Yeah. And if they do,
In fact,
book to the
yeah.
head.
In fact,
Right. In fact, most people are actually pleased at that. Wow, we wrote something good. Somebody wants to steal it from us.
we expected other people to borrow the Three Mountains policy.
No, Three Mountains did a great job on theirs. I really applaud them for that. All right, and there's a section that talks about, this is at June Fair, we've had a couple times where a whole wad of money at gate would go to a person and it'd be temporary loss because the policy wasn't followed. So sometimes we have to get militant on that. And it's really hard with the chaos at a big event. And we're a volunteer group. We rely on volunteers. Sometimes reconciling the two is difficult at best. So the better, more refined policy you can get, it's a help, because you can do training before the event, get more people in front of the black and white so that they gain more understanding, more familiarity with the process prior to the event. I can't emphasize that enough. All right, let's see here. The event receipts not immediately deposited. That is something I stole from Ontario West Forward, because the bank there is not readily available to us. So sometimes money has to stay on site for a number of hours, days possibly. And the same thing happens at June Fair sometimes. Our bank, Kitsap Bank, isn't even open on the weekends. So we have to have a policy of what to do with that money. And it's becoming more important. In fact, this part may actually be expanded here in the next year or so. Although it should be nice if we went entirely cashless, we're starting to move toward. All right, there's the bank account identification, which is stolen straight from society. And a lot of this here is, again, reiterations from Kingdom and society policy. And there is our paragraph 10, people we allow into events for free. In this case, it's the Crown and Heirs of Volunteer. That's from Kingdom policy. We exempt the Coronets and Heirs of Dragon's Lair. Although the past several have not taken us up on that. We allow the Baronial Champions to be exempt at Dragon's Lair events. And then this last paragraph 4, we have allowed feast teams to make arrangements for people working the feast. As long as these things are laid out in policy, you can do that. And as the financial committee has approved that, and as long as it doesn't affect the bottom line for your event, you always have to keep that into account. You don't want any event to lose money, especially due to something like that. All right, there's the PayPal policy in its entirety. And this is the one I really want to revamp. Because this is really dry.
Did you have cancellation and refunds in there?
Yes.
And did you say that non-members can't be comped?
Yes, that's in there too.
In the PayPal, just remember, folks, if you think you want PayPal, it's got to be in your financial policy. But it can be the abbreviated version that Three Mountains did instead of.
Right.
Or Vulcanfeld's. Vulcanfeld's is literally, we follow Kingdom policy.
Can you get away with that? Really? You can get away with that little? Huh, all right. Although I would not be comfortable with that. I'd want something more spelled out, but I can understand why some branches.
What I make them do is I make them insert Kingdom's policy then. If you're going to refer to Kingdom's policy and say we're going to follow it, then I want the language from Kingdom's policy in yours as well.
Right.
Okay. We'll make that change then.
Thanks.
But it's a copy paste, so,
All right, this is section, paragraph 11, asset management and control of inventory. This is part where we lay out reimbursements, advances, time frames for that, special line items. This is where all the miscellaneous stuff goes as far as expenditures go. And then the actual refund policy is the next paragraph there.
But what about
And then what's that?
All of that, the refund policy should be up in your cancellation refund should be up in your comp section.
I suppose it could be. But it is also an asset management.
No, asset management
Oh,
is a
yeah. All right. I
non-cash.
see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Asset is non-cash. All right. I see what you're saying. All right. I could make that change. And then there's paragraph 12, which is boilerplate. And then from the standard template, I made sure all the paragraphs are here, even if we don't have anything applicable to it, just to make sure that we don't forget it for future reference. And then we have one special fund in Dragon's Lair, the Culinary and Spirit Makers Guild, where they actually raise their own funds through like the sale of cookbooks and such. So I have a special line item within the Dragon's Lair budget for that. And we make sure it's outlined there. And then that's it for policy. So do we have questions? And Etienne, Thorkill, you got stuff you want to add to that we want to talk about?
I was going to ask about your, let me back up a little bit. I was going to ask about your comp policy because can you scroll back up to it? And
Yeah.
Ella might be able to correct me on this one, but if I remember correctly, Ontier's comp policy is crowns, heirs, officers performing their duties, and the kingdom champion. Or is that just for kingdom events?
That's just kingdom events from what I
That's
understood.
just on Tier's policy. Nobody says that the branches have to follow that policy.
Okay.
That makes sense?
Yeah.
No,
I
and
know,
ask questions, people.
I know, because I know when I rewrote Waste Keeps 5 or 6 years ago, at that point we had, what was it? We had the Crown Prince and we had a Kingdom Champion. And so we actually rewrote Waste Keeps to say all Kingdom Champions because she was the Bardic Champion and she wasn't included by policy. It was only the Kingdom Champion, the heavy champion. So we made it a little bit more inclusive.
Greer says that they recently separated the financial policy from the customary. You are correct, actually. The financial policy should not be part of the customary in any way, and it should not be referenced in the customary. Anything that has to do with money has to be only in the financial policy.
Thank you for iterating that.
And I want to add, when you send this policy to me for review, I really do try to turn them around quickly. One thing to consider is society requires that kingdom policies follow the same order in that checklist. I have not been requiring that of the branches. I'm just so thankful you revised your policy. I don't want to get obstructive. However, those branches who do rewrite their policies and have the clauses line up just like that checklist, those are the ones I review first because they're easy. If you've kept your policy in the same format and I now have to hunt to make sure every one of those minimum requirements have been met, those policies go on the bottom of the stack to review. So
that's why I created this template, was because I had to review all the kingdoms with their bloated policies, and I have a checklist and I couldn't go down the checklist. I had to skip around and I would end up missing stuff.
Yeah, it makes the review process way more intense than it needs to be if it's not in that order. So if you want to help us all out and get a quick review, definitely put it in the same order as that checklist.
One of our questions that came up in a recent event would be comping the judges for ANS, and because it drove one of our events pretty close to being in the red. There are a lot of judges.
Yeah, and that's where you want to review what you intend to comp against what you're going to make as part. Some branches think it's important to comp the judges so they have enough judges or quality judges to support the event because they want to make it special. But you got to look at the bottom line as well. So it's a balancing act. And some groups think it's worth it, and some groups not so much. And it also depends on what you have in the way of finances. Can your branch actually support that? I know other people have questions. Come on. Well, all right, crickets. I guess it's on to the next topic.
Real quick, Greer had another
Right.
question.
Oh, all right.
You know, you can turn your mic on and ask yourself. You don't have to type.
Mirror's gaming in the background. You guys don't want to hear that.
Yeah, we do.
So basically my question is, I did a lot of events before I became Exchequer, and I was told that as long as I indicated the comp in the event bid, that they could be comped. Is that basic? I need to check my policy, but is it only if they're mentioned in the policy can they be comped in the event bid?
No, if as part of your bid process, you say you want to comp these people and you've accounted for that as part of your budget and the financial committee approves it, you're good to go.
I disagree.
But
according to society, you may only comp people if it's allowed in your financial policy. And so it would have to say in the policy that the financial committee could make changes on a case-by-case basis. If it does not say
And
that,
our policy does say that, Yolanda. It
yeah,
says
but if your
that
policy didn't say that, then the financial committee could not go against the policy and change it at a whim.
Okay, so the policy would need to explicitly call out that the financial committee can make exceptions to who is specifically called out in the policy. That
Yes,
kind of got
absolutely.
convoluted,
And
but
it would have to be in the
Right.
policy.
Okay, thank you.
Right, and that's what DragonStar's policy does. It says if a proposing autocrat says we want to comp these people because of this reason, and here's what it's going to do to the bottom line, then we can accept that as part of the bid if we accept the bid.
Thank you.
Good question, though.
Yeah, no, that was a good question. Any others? No, it was actually good stuff. So that helps me out because we're going to be probably reviewing this again here just to clean up, and there's some good stuff here to add to our policy. So it's going to make it even longer.
Did I miss it in your policy that you have how often you're looking at it?
Yes. Every 2 years we have to take a look at it, but we're going to do it certainly before I leave office again. So we did it this year. We'll do it again next year. But yeah, minimum of 2 years. Yeah.
And that's really important because things change as we have discovered with COVID. Things change at the drop of a hat. And how you make the decisions now needs to be in your financial policy because they may not be what they were.
Right. And as mentioned, our financial policy, as Alonda mentioned, only talked about in-person meeting, and we didn't really spell out how, if we couldn't meet in person, how do you make decisions? So we actually had to go back in and fix that in ours.
The one other thing I do want to bring up is that financial committee meetings cannot be closed.
Right.
So if you are meeting online or by email for a regular financial committee meeting, you have to decide how you're going to make that open to the populace.
Right. And we have a Zoom account at Dragon's Lair, and that's where our financial committees meetings are being held right now. And there have been some members of the populace who we're still struggling with how to make this work, but there are some members of the populace who don't have access to that. So I'm still unsure how we're going to overcome that one. But Kiara's online here, so we'll probably talk about that later. That's a good point, though.
Okay. Nice.
All right. All
Trace,
right.
very
Next
nice.
topic, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Hey, and I apologize for being a little disjointed. If
No,
I'd
it's
had
perfect.
another week or so, I would have put together a PowerPoint or something. It would have been a lot more streamlined and organized. So apologies on that.
No, it was perfect.
All right. Next topic.
Again, it comes back to people get funny about money, and if you don't spell things out specifically how you handle things, you could get yourself into a lot of trouble because again, the most contentious discussions I have ever heard have been about money and how it's spent. So, alrighty, what's next?
We have some poetry by Greer. When in doubt, spell it out. Next up, it would be talking about budgets.
Okay, budgeting. Oh, subject near and dear to my heart.
What are these budgets of which you speak?
Hush you. You know better. Okay, let me get this started.
Totally changed my life as an exchequer.
Did it? Oh,
it did, actually.
I'm so happy.
I took over, didn't have a lot there, didn't know a lot, and there weren't budgets before I took over. Totally changed my life.
And yeah, it's definitely okay. Let me get my, come on. I am trying to get the screen shared here. Okay. All right. Can everybody see the budget? Budgeting mainframe? Is that showing up correctly?
Budgeting.
Budgeting. Planning a year. Woo! All right. So, budgets. We have to have them. And especially now, it's super important because of the world we live in right now. Why we have to have them? Well, budgets are required by our society financial policy. And they also need to be approved for the new year. Let's move you guys out of the way here. Just because that basically what it does is it gives you an outline for moving forward for the new year, and what it makes you plan for projects, for events, for anything. It just basically gives you a really good foundation for moving forward, because as I said, probably one of the most contentious meetings I ever had as and I wasn't even putting the budget together. I was seneschal, and we had a new baron and baroness, And we had, I don't know, 10, 15 people normally at our business meetings. We announced we were going to do the budget for the new year. And suddenly we had about 40 people there. People who didn't normally come to the meetings came because we were discussing how we were going to be doing the money for the next year. So basically what it does is it helps you plan for the coming year because you know what events you're probably going to be doing because you've been talking about them. You know what demos you might be doing. You know a targeted amount of income that you expect to be making, or you should, because you have all of these, you have your proposals. And so you've got an idea. Now, granted, it will not be exact, but at least you have an idea as to what you might be making. And if you don't, you need to be looking at that before you start your budgeting process. In looking at those events, like I said, it will help determine how much income you also need to be making so that you can pare your expenses down accordingly, or maybe you're able to buy something that you weren't expecting because you're expecting to have, you can plan on something because you might be doing a Kingdom event. And as we know, Kingdom events usually make quite a bit of money, and you can take that money and invest it back into your branch. Most branches will mostly spend their money on office supplies and travel and training and communication. But there are exceptions for that, of course. Having a budget will also speed up the approval process for your officers, because these are pre-approved. Example, when you're doing, and we'll get into this a little later, but you have an officer who said at the beginning, when you started your budgeting process, that I would like to do this, this, and this. I think I'll need this, this, and this amount of money. When they come back to you and say, okay, I'm ready to spend this, this, and this, and you can say, yep, this was part of your budget. You can write the check and move on. You don't have to spend precious time debating the expense. You've already pre-approved it. So it's October. You should be thinking about your budget for the following year. You basically have your officers and cornets determine what they're going to need in the coming year. Are you going to want are you going to need postage? Well, not so much then, but maybe now you're going to need postage because you're going to have to send a bunch of refunds because you've collected money for an event that is not going to be happening. You've got loaner gear, you've got regalia that possibly you want to do, paper, although paper not so much these days. Remember, largesse is not to be paid for with SCA funds. They shouldn't be saying, my office needs $50. Your answer to that is, okay, $50 for what? Well, I want to spend $10 on postage because I need to mail out XYZ. I want to spend $50 on gear for newcomers. In other words, part of your Chatelaines budget, if this is something you choose to do, could be, I want to be able to give a basket of feast gear to newcomers. So I would like to take $50 and maybe go down to Goodwill and buy wooden bowls and silverware and maybe a mug or something along those lines, so that we have something we can give our newcomers once they become a member, feast gear to use, so that when they go to a feast, they're not feeling left out. But of course they do have to be members. So I also want to spend, we need $40 for new targets for archery. Sorry. The other thing it helps you do with a budget is to determine your regular expenses. Annually, monthly, weekly, it just depends. Your storage unit, your yearly, you have a trailer, so you have registration fees. You need to know about how much that is. Your PO box, meeting space. I know Madrona used to pay for meeting space. I mean, space, especially in the major metropolitan areas, getting free space is pretty much non-existent these days. Even libraries, they're getting harder and harder to get consistent meeting space that's free. You've got fighter practice space. We pay for ours. Again, it's getting harder and harder for in metropolitan areas to be able to have that. Website domains and hostings, although the hosting I think now is mostly through Kingdom, you still have domain costs. Equipment repair, officer training, and travel. I know travel, especially on the Kingdom side, travel is a huge part of the Kingdom budget. Maybe not so much for baronial, but I have heard of some branches offering to reimburse for travel for barons and baronesses going to Kingdom events because they feel it's important that the baronial heads actually put in an appearance, and that's something you and your group can decide to do. What are our sources of income going to be? Donations. Typically, last year for Madrona, we made about $3,000 in donations, but that was made in our donation jar to help cover the cost of our monthly meeting group and the fighters practice. Are we doing any demos this year? We still get quite a few calls from a lot of the Boy Scout groups who want to be able to pay us a fee to have a fighting demonstration or whatever. And the big one, this one, is what is going on in the world economically that will change how we can make money. Back when I wrote this, we, Madrona, as a group had basically, it was during the 2008, 2009, 2010 era where the bottom fell out of the market and we had so many people who couldn't afford to go do things. We in Madrona had basically decided that our events for the coming year were just going to break even. Because that way, or lose money. We had some that lost money, but we made that conscious decision to do that because we really wanted our people to be able to come and play. And that was very important to the Baron and Baroness and to the financial committee at that point. And that is a decision you as a group can make. We are facing that now because we're not holding events, and the events, when they do come back, may be lightly attended. It will have to be up to you and your financial committee to decide what you're going to do with that. Okay, so also going forward for budgets, what kind of events are you planning to do? And making sure that you have enough cash to be able to do that outlay. Kingdom events take between $7,000 and $10,000. It's actually probably more at the time of this particular PowerPoint being put together. $7,000 to $10,000. Now you can ask the Kingdom to be able to get a loan to be able to cover that, but it is required to be paid back as soon as and there's very specific things that you need to do to be able to have that happen, and talk to Elowen if that's what you decide to do. Local events, there's less of an outlay depending on the purpose and the size of event, but most events require deposits and down payments, and you have to be able to have that money to be able to start the event. In other words, our baronial banquet, we call it our stainless steel palace because of the kitchen being, just basically a stainless steel palace that our culinary guild just loves. But it requires us to tie up about $1,000 as a down payment before the event. You have to be able to have that money in your bank account to be able to do that. And you have to budget for it, or at least, keep an eye out that that's going to happen. Also, big events. Orontius, What kind of down payments do you need to make for June Fair?
Well, up front, it's just mainly the city permits, but the event side itself is $5,000 and some change.
Right.
But by the time we're done with June Fair, we've spent $25,000 to $30,000.
Right. And a lot of that, or sometimes can be before you actually make the money back. So that is definitely something you have to keep in the back of your mind when you're doing your budget for the following year.
Yeah, up front, before the event, we've spent about between 10 and 15,000.
Yeah, so that's the kind of thing you have to think of, and the kind of thing you have to keep in the back of your mind when you're doing planning. And doing a budget basically makes you sit and look at the big picture, and that is like Arantius had said before, that is your job as the Exchequer and as your financial committee to look at the big picture and not get too bogged down in too much of the details in this particular process. So here's a sample budget. I know this is really tiny, and if you're playing at home, you can, I believe this PowerPoint is in the folder. So here's an example of what was decided was that each of the officers were going to get $50, but only if they had told us how they were planning on making it or planning on spending it. The Chatelaine got $200 because basically they were planning on doing, they have to pay for the meetup site because we had been advertising in Meetup, or a group is Meetup, and they were doing some hospitality things at events for newcomers. The Exchequer got $100 because at that point, there was printing of reports, there's all kinds of stuff that the Exchequer had to do at that point. It's a little different now. The Baron and Baroness got $300. That was to allow them to do whatever it is they wanted to do. I don't remember what it was at that point. But it did not include baronial awards. Baronial awards were their own separate line item. And you have to be pretty clear as to what that is. As you can see, our baronial curia and social space was about $3,500 a year. That included basically using the same space, and that included fighters practice. And it was about $3,500 a year. It was it was a little on the expensive side. Baronial PO box was $200. Baronial storage was $1,100 a year. And then we had $150 in hosting and supplies. So that's basically, you can see for the year, we needed to make at least $6,800 if we were going to fulfill all the needs by our group. Now,
something to keep in mind on this list, if you look at this list versus the budget form on the Exchequer report, they're different because you can change. I mean, like I know Wastekeep added a line item for training specifically that was held by the Seneschal. The Seneschal could approve the training, expenses versus putting it in each person's budget. So you can use this as a guide.
If this is just an example, this is not, because besides, not all groups have 3 different marshals, 4 different marshals. They only have 1 marshal. So this is just a sample. The sergeantry got a line item. Well, you may not have sergeantry. It just, you need to be aware of what it is your group's doing. And if you have any questions, make sure you're talking to your reporting deputies and to Elowen about what you can and cannot do. So you have your budgets. Now what do? You basically have to publish your budget in some way, either in your electronic newsletter or have a link on your website, etc. Officers then basically let you know what they need. You as a financial committee, because just because the rapier champion comes in and says, I want to spend this on this. Well, I want to buy beer for everybody at the next fighters practice. No, Just because that's part of your budget and you think that's part of your budget, no, you can't do that. It needs to be an appropriate use of SCA funds. And just because they have those monies approved doesn't mean it's always appropriate. They will turn in your check request and make sure you're using those check requests, and then you can reimburse the expense and then charge it against your officer's budget and basically keep a running total. The one thing to point out, just because they didn't spend out of their, basically their budget this year, doesn't mean that rolls over into the next year. The budget ends at the end of the year. Now you can choose to do that, but I'm not sure why you would.
Hey, Athena, question?
Yeah.
If an officer has a budget and they're spending some money against that budget, it's something that they do all the time. They don't have to ask the financial committee to spend it, but does that have to be advertised that they're spending it?
Yes, they do need to basically say, hey, I want to spend part of my budget. And it can be handled all in the same, meeting, right? I would like to spend some of my budget. This is what I'm going to do with it. Just because they have that amount totaled doesn't mean they automatically get it. They actually, you still
That's
have
to go
to
back and forth.
Right. You basically, they have to say what they're spending it on. They don't get a pass that they just get to spend $50 and we hand them a $50 check. Do you see where I'm going with that? Does that make sense for everybody?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So the ever-changing budget. Remember that what I said, that this is basically a foundation and it's guidelines because circumstances changed. And that's even, of course, even more so prevalent now. So you have an officer that went over their budget. They had permission or they didn't have permission. First, if it was presented and asked, you can reimburse them up to their budgeted amount, right? In other words, they had permission to spend $50. The things ended up being more expensive, and it was $60.65. Well, you can only give them the $50 unless you approve that overage. If you approve the overage, depending on how it is that you go through your approval process in your funds, then you can reimburse them for the rest of it. If you decide not to, because they didn't come back to you and say, hey, this is more expensive, then you don't have to. You do not have to reimburse anybody who spends something that is not approved. And that's really super important to keep in the back of your mind. We actually had someone who, for a war up in Avacal, when they were part of us, thought it would be really cool to go out and buy chairs for the war. So they did. And then they wanted it reimbursed. And Kira said, nope, sorry, you didn't have approval. Besides, what are we supposed to now do with all of those chairs? They didn't have a storage space. Nobody had room to store them. They didn't want the responsibility of all these chairs. So anyway, it does happen. I'm sure between Rontius and Ellen and I, we can come up with some, and some of the other ones, we can come up with some pretty interesting things that that we've been asked to be reimbursed for that were not approved. Thank you for your donation. Anyway, if they went over, I know, hold on. She has some good stories too. And she should tell them sometime. The financial committee can decide to raise their officer's budget, and if you see you have your ANS officer, you have an approved budget, you approved an extra $45, they're their total budget for the year is $395. Right here. And that comes back to that budget sheet. If you actually look at the budget sheet, there is a place where you can add the addition, and you should not reimburse unless you've actually made that adjustment. Just keep that in the back of your mind. So to summarize, basically, budgets, you have to have one. They can be fluid in case of changes, and I'm sure there's a lot of people who this year especially will have a lot of changes. It takes the guesswork out of planning, and you should if it's not approved and it's not in keeping with the budget or SCA guidelines on how money is supposed to be spent.
However, there are ways to say no to your
Yes,
coronets that are probably more advisable than others.
Than just telling them no. Oh,
yeah,
come on,
leading
Ellen.
with the word no is probably not going to go over well and could really damage your relationship. Oftentimes, and I really wish somebody had told me this when I was a new exchequer, because I led with no, and it did not go well. But sometimes you could just say, well, Your Excellencies, we could do that. However, the consequences of doing that would be X, Y, and Z. It violates company or financial policy, whatever. Go through what those consequences are, and let them come to their own conclusions that the answer is really no. So.
Well, and it's always nice if you get on the same page with your coronets or princesses, whatever, to where they come to you more privately to ask about these things rather than springing it on in the middle of your council meeting.
Yes.
Because then you have to,
Yeah.
You either say, Your Excellency, that's an excellent idea. Why don't we take this offline and discuss it after the meeting? Right. So that you don't have to make them, again, it comes back to discretion and not making them look like a fool. Because that will not go over well with anybody, right?
No.
So anyway,
it affects how your financial committee will operate from thenceforward as well. So you do need to keep things positive, and there are ways that you can positively come to the conclusion that the answer is no.
Right. Very much so. Very much so. And remember that budgets also give you that foundation for your group to build on, and it's even more so important now because we have talked about making sure that people have their reserves, and later when we get through the rest of this, we do need to talk about COVID and how it's going to be affecting our groups, and your budget is going to be a big part of that. So any questions about budgets?
There was a question about updating the budget from Greer. If a budget is updated, then do you update the report Excel sheet and just change the date? And her example is, we decided to get a Zoom account, so do I add that line item to my budget?
Say the last part of that.
Well, she's asking specifically whether we have decided to get a Zoom account.
Oh,
so
there we go. Okay.
Do I add that to my budget? Personally, I would put the Zoom account in the web minister's budget.
Yes, I would raise. I mean, it doesn't matter which one you put it in. Pick one, but the really important thing is to be consistent. It depends on what you're using. If you're using it for, I mean, it could go to anybody's budget. It could go to Seneschal's. It could go to yours. It could go Westminster. The thing is you need to be consistent. In other words, you can't put it in Exchequer's one, and then next year's this one, and the next year's. It should be consistent.
Okay, so sorry, this is Guer. I guess kind of the two parts of the question are, how do I document that we decided to make a change? And then I guess the next question is, which I think you've answered, how do I indicate which line items? So like, for instance, in our case, we were thinking the Zoom would be more like replacing our meeting space because now we're meeting on Zoom.
That is certainly one option. You need to do what makes sense for you as a group. Mm-hmm. And it needs to be documented in your meeting minutes and your financial policy, or not financial policy, but your financial committee meeting minutes.
Okay, but then I don't really change anything on the budget that was approved in December. It's just showing in the meeting minutes.
Only if it went over. You can still you still have $100 for your web minister. Well, they're not spending it on anything else except the Zoom thing, right? That's still part of that approval. You just
Right.
need to make sure that you're putting it in your meeting minutes that we have decided that the web minister's budget will include this, and this is how much it is. Now, if you have to raise their budget, then of course that also needs to be in your financial meeting minutes. And if you make that decision, something that we haven't touched yet, if you make that decision outside of a normal financial committee meeting, in other words, you contacted the entire financial committee and you've decided to do this via email. Print off those emails, stick it in a folder because you will need those to prove that you've done this. And then you need to read that into the minutes. Hey, everybody, for this, we decided this. This is how much we're spending. This is what we've decided to do. If you've got any comments, make sure you let us know.
And those emails can be printed digitally and not in paper.
Correct. Right.
Okay.
Printed as PDFs.
Yeah. The other thing I want to bring up is that even if you're outvoted on your financial committee, you do not have to do something that's against policy for the SCA. You can say, I know you're all against me, but no, we can't do that. You just have to be tactful about it.
No, we cannot buy a couple of kegs. I know you all want to, but
I would suggest that if you ever find yourself in that position, as soon as you have a moment, send an email to your upline, whether it's principality or an inland reporter or kingdom, and let them know what happened. So that if there's a complaint raised about you because you correctly said you can't do this, you're breaking the rules, that your uplines already know before they receive a potential complaint.
Yes, absolutely. Document, cover your ass.
We're back to no surprises.
Right.
Exactly.
Because I've been on the receiving end of that, being at Kingdom Exchequer, where I've gotten this, oh, well, she said we could. I'm like, no, you can't.
And I've been the branch exchequer who actually said to the Baron, you cannot do that. Here's the thing you can do, but you can't do that. And afterwards, in speaking with a Kingdom Exchequer, he said, if that ever happens to you again, just send us a quick email.
Yep.
That's a good thing to pass along.
Any other questions about budgets?
There's a discussion going on about budgeting for spaces and donations, and I don't know if you want to cover it now or.
Actually, Greta from Seeger brought that up, but actually, guys, it was actually on my list of things to ask about anyway. Sorry.
Okay, so correct. So what, budgeting for meeting space and the donations that go against that? Is that what I'm hearing?
So what's actually happened is we've got a branch here that more than once has reached out to me either officially or unofficially. And by unofficially, I've said, do you want me to send an email to your council? And they said, no, don't do that. Where they have a hall, and the hall is currently covered by donations, but they don't meet the cost of the hall, and the group ends up paying what I understand is the larger portion of the hall. So they've been asked, can you do a suggestion donation? No, you cannot. Because as soon as you do a suggestion donation of $5, that really is a gate fee, and you end up incurring NMR, except this is a practice. That being said, yes, you can absolutely charge fees to cover your hall rental costs, and you should be budgeting that as well. So just to tie it back into budget, if you know you're going to spend $1,000 a year on your hall rental, and you know that usually your donations or your fees cover about 80% of that, budget for both of those. The question, NMR does not apply to practices. So even if there's an entry fee of $5 for a practice, it doesn't apply. Be careful not to make sure your practices don't explode. If it's a practice, it must be a practice. Don't suddenly start adding 5 tracks of A&S classes in your practice, because that's no longer a practice.
It starts
It's okay
looking
to
like
have
an event.
it's okay to have a single class. It's okay to have people there who are working on projects, but it's not okay to start approximating a practice.
Or an event. Yeah.
Or an event, yeah. No court, no, yeah.
I misspoke there. Absolutely no court, no merchants. Yeah, just be careful. The one thing that I wanted to follow up, because the questions that this branch is asking today are questions I've already covered and checked with Kingdom before. But the one question I have on this is, we know that you can't do a suggested donation. And it looks to me as though the branch is taking that to mean you can't even discuss how much it costs while you're at the event.
No.
Well, obviously, I'd say, of course, you can discuss how much it costs. Our records, our financial records are transparent.
Yep.
If people want to see them, they can. So I just wanted to clarify that no one could take it as, if you're sitting at, I'm going to call it gate, at the practice, and you start talking about how much the hall costs, that could be considered some sort of coercion or sort of a get around the suggested donation.
Are you talking like having a, so you have the table that you sign in, because you have to sign in at five practice, and you have a jar that says, donations for this site. And are you saying like putting a sign next to that jar saying, hey, this site cost us $150 every time we use it, feel free to join, to help out? Are you saying it's that kind of level, or?
No, that's actually a good point. And someone from the branch is here, and they could probably discuss more clearly the specific concerns. I was more concerned about whether someone could consider it a workaround the suggested donation if it's actually posted right at the gate to the practice how much it costs. Having said, financial records are
suggested donations do not apply to practices, because suggested donations is only about collecting NMR.
Oh, then that's even better. I'm so glad you are in this Zoom meeting.
What's going? If you have an event and you have a donation jar, you cannot have a suggested donation. Right. And in that case, you would not say the hall costs us this much.
Right.
Because that would be, yes, you would be right. If it was an event. Practices are not events. You're not going to charge NMR. So suggested donations are okay for practices. In fact, I might even draw a little thing with a total cost, a little like thermometer thing with a total cost of the hall. And this is where we've been so far.
Well, I just learned something new, because I've always applied the no suggested donations to practices as well. So this is super awesome. And I'm in fact about to post this on the SCA Principality Facebook page. Thank you.
I did want to bring up one other thing about posting. SCA financial information cannot be posted to social media sites.
Right.
So please do not post budgets to your Facebook pages.
No. The reason why you don't want to do that is, and I know none of us want to think this way, but I've been through too many audits and where money has gone missing and that sort of thing. What it could do is, if you get someone who wants to join our group for just, now I'll become an officer and I'll become the next checker and I have access to this money, and you just don't want that information out there. It's important for our members, and yes, they have every right to come look at the documents that you are that you have for the running of the group. They can look at the copies of the checks. They can do all that. However, they have to ask for it in writing. They have to say why they're doing it. And they also have to be a member.
Yes, they have to be a member.
They have to be a member. And they have to pay for any copies that are taken away. And it's based on when you can help them with. Not at their leisure, but at yours. And again, it's one of those rules where somebody's name needs to be at the end. I have been part of this 2 or 3 times. And they wanted to be able to take basically the box of Kingdom records and take it to a third-party copy and copy everything that was in that box.
Yeah.
And I had to say no. And I had to get the Society Exchequer involved and say no, because A, there's people's names, addresses, bank account numbers, because I was making photocopies of all of the checks that came in the door from all the groups, and personal, that if they made a donation, I made photocopies of the checks because that is a legal document to prove where the money came from, which is we are finding during the audits that we have to prove where that money came from. And it had banking information on it, and I was not comfortable with giving that information to this person.
The social media rule has a whole kingdom attached to it.
Right.
Kingdom of the East brought that rule about. So
there you go.
Somebody posted the gross profits of every event in the Kingdom of the East for an entire year, and they listed the name of the group and the event and the amount of money, and
Lord.
posted it on a social media site. So you're going, I want to go to that event because they've got that much sitting in a cash box. I can just walk up and, walk off with a cash box or something.
Right.
So Greta wants to know if she can post a clarification on the policies to the Bronial Forum, or does it fall under no financial info on social media? Policies can be posted anywhere. I mean, you can find the NMR policy on the Kingdom website, and I think it's also on the Society website, the one that I send out to the Exchequers, which covers this. As long as you're not posting financial information, you're not posting the numbers for stuff, then yes, it can be posted.
And I was going to say, I have that copy of that NMR policy in my email like 15 times. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I send it out every single time because what if you're a new Exchequer?
Yeah, no, I know.
Anyway, any other questions about budgeting before we move on to events and PayPal?
And Master Eric told me I had to send it out every single time.
Oh, it's his fault. It's his fault. Okay. Any other? No more questions. We can move on. So I will stop my sharing.
How do you want it worded as far as, because right now what I put in the minutes is the accounts balanced, and if you need to see specific financial information, contact the Seneschal.
They should be contacting you, not the Seneschal.
Is there a different way I should be wording that?
The Exchequer, not the Seneschal.
Yeah, Exchequer. You are in charge of all things financial. The Seneschal is not your boss, and they should not be handling anything financial except within the confines of the financial committee.
Okay, so
and even on that point, that's your committee.
That's your committee. It's not the Seneschal's business meeting. It is your financial committee meeting, not the Seneschal's. I know they like to think they're in charge, but they're not.
Okay, well, speaking as a Seneschal.
I'm a Seneschal.
Time out. To be clear,
she's
she's my Seneschal.
Over the fence to us.
I'd let Trent think he's in charge.
No, we all know he's not.
The Seneschals, when they were told they had to do scars and have the deputy under them, they threw it back over the fence to the Exchequer. So now the Exchequers are in charge of scars as well.
Well, that actually makes a whole hell of a lot more sense.
SCA reservation system. So how many people want to use scars instead of PayPal for pre-reg?
Now, we're barely seeing it. I mean, I'm vaguely aware of it. It's not really getting out to
not like there's a whole bunch of events you want to sign up right now.
Yeah. What's next?
What's next?
Gate COVID events, general discussion.
Events. Pre-reg, were you going to do event accounting?
I can do, yeah, I can do the basic post-event accounting. Find a copy of that. Come on, computer, you can do this. I know you can. Event report. So, sharing the screen. So this is an old form, and you can tell it's an old form because it still says autocrat.
Nothing wrong with autocrat. Speaking as an old guard.
It's not politically correct. Here. Event.
I know it's not.
Steward.
I still use it though.
Yeah, so do I. So this should be the basic form for post-event that the Exchequer fills out. Now, there's going to be also, I know there's a Kingdom event report that should be being done by the event steward, although most often they will pass over quite a bit of that to the Exchequers. But this should give you the basic on balancing your gate sheets and head counts. I know for me, when I use it, I do a lot less. We don't break down a lot of these. So we'll quite often have adult sites, children, and comp. And I'll just change the Excel format so we can keep track of it so the numbers match. But this would be the post event that stays with you along with the gate sheets. Do we want to talk about gate sheets real quick before I go in too far into this? Gate sheets are your receipts, but they're also the legal waivers receipts. So they need to go to both places. They need to be in two places at once. So if you're using the new gate sheet that is double-sided with the non-members on the back, the front with the blue card entry shows that you've got a waiver. Make a copy of them. Send the originals to the event deputy, which I think you can actually do digitally now. I think they're allowing a digital instead. And then keep a copy for your records, because that's going to be how you prove how much money came in for the event. And
that's really super important, not to break in here, but we actually had an event, a group, basically say, I think this event is missing money. We are missing a deposit in our bank account. And we had to go back and audit those bank sheets and say, yeah, there was $400 missing. And yes, there was some malfeasance there. So it's incredibly important that those gate sheets are filled out correctly, and also that you as Exchequers are not in charge of gate. That is imperative, that you are not in charge of gate. You can work it, and you should, because you need to have an idea of what's going on. You should at least put in at least one shift so you can see how things are going. And the gate person needs to be approved by you. You have to trust who's doing gate.
I would still not recommend that you sit at the cash box.
No.
As Exchequer. You
no,
can
not
help
the cash
fill
box.
out papers, but don't.
Yeah, fill out papers, sit at the PayPal and run the credit cards. Yes, but if you are not Exchequer, or if you are Exchequer, yeah, you should not be involved with handling the cash at all.
Because you're the secondary. Yes, Kira, because people get funny about money.
Yes, they do.
So, I mean, this is the event financial report, and it's just, you know, when I was the Exchequer for Wastekeep, I would have a copy of this in you know, just a printout of this, so that while we're doing the gate sheets and accounts, I'm just filling it out and making sure it matches up, and then I would take it and then redo it in a digital form, because otherwise people were like grabbing a you know, blank sheet of paper and writing down, and there are more complicated ways of doing gate. Kira used to do a really nice envelope breakdown in some of the classes, where you can do, you know, one cash box. You can do the envelope with seed money. You can do the envelope where you have a cash box for making change, but then the gate sheet matches the envelope's cash. And there are bonuses and negatives for each of those items, or each of those ways of doing it. The envelope system, for those who don't know it, allows you to contain any errors. If you're doing with one giant cash box, then if you have an error, you have to go back through all of your gate sheets to find it. But there is a higher possibility of, oh, the envelope got dropped and that gate sheet and that cash is gone.
Which is why you number your gate sheets and stuff.
Yolanda's got a cool method too, that you use sheets when they check in at gate, and you put down how many people are paying for and everything. And then those sheets, which are totaled into the cash box and totaled with the gate sheet, work really well. Also, when I was Exchequer for Bluff and Noor, she ran gate for Autumnmore, and with it being a really big gate and sometimes hard to do the envelope method, it was nice to work with her and learn something new. And I hope to be able to expand on that more with my training too.
Yeah,
I do have a very good method that separates the people filling the paperwork out from the people doing the cash.
Yep.
Which gives you 2 levels of checks and balances at gate, a large gate.
And then with that, you don't have to have, you can have somebody who's a not a blue card member running that, check those just the gate sheets with the filling it out, and then have your blue card member only accepting the cash. Puts a little bit less limitations on the gate.
And that works really well depending on the size, because envelopes work great, but if it's a small one, it's overkill. If it's a small event, or if everything's pre-reg, it's kind of
and I'll talk and Trent will translate. It's like when I text without my glasses on. Okay, so I can put up my PayPal handout, but the bottom line is, for the purposes of this training, you don't need to know. You probably aren't interested in the actually how you're going to set it up and how you're going to run it. What you need to know is what you as Exchequer need to do for your group if your group wants to use PayPal. So there's some prerequisites, one of which I mentioned earlier, which is PayPal must be included in your financial policy. And this can often take the longest to get through, is to get everybody together to say, okay, what do we want that to look like? Now, in the handout, which Trent, you did upload that to the Dropbox, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's in the Dropbox. So way near the end is the 3 mountains, wonderfully written PayPal policy, because they actually took enough time to sit down and decide when they might or might not want to and what those breakouts look like for using PayPal. It's really important for you to remember, and for everyone in your financial committee to realize, is that there is a cost to it. If you're doing pre-reg and you're invoicing, it's 30 cents plus 2.2% of whatever the invoice total is. If you're using PayPal at gate and swiping cards or using the chip reader, it's a flat 2.7%. Honestly, it doesn't work out.
US dollars.
US dollars, that's right. It's a slightly higher if someone's paying out of Canada. So for those of you up near the border, like for Ursulmus, if people are going to come in and use a Canadian account, it's going to be a slightly higher fee, which threw me the first time we had that happen. I'm like, wait a minute, why is this fee higher? I have learned so much about PayPal. all these little ins and outs. So that does need to be agreed to and in your financial policy so everybody understands that. The other two things that absolutely have to happen before your group is going to be allowed to do PayPal is you have to be current on all of your Exchequer reports. Nothing can be overdue, and you have to be current on your NMR. And the two people who care the most about that are on here, who will tell you, I will check with them before I have a new group and say, yeah, sure, you can do PayPal. Once those things have happened, then I will talk with you, because usually it's a good idea if the Exchequer has a clue how this works, and whoever else you think is going to help you out with your PayPal. If you have a really big event, it's not really feasible for one person to try to do all the invoicing if you're having pre-reg, because it takes up too much time. So those people that are going to be the ones who are handling the pre-registration and doing the invoicing, because you will get a log on, go into PayPal. I will have already set up a template for you, but you have to look at your pre-reg site where the person says, it's me and Bobby Joe and Billie Jean and blah, blah. And, you know, you figure out what that's going to cost. You have to actually create an invoice that will be emailed to them. If you're going to be on site, you need to know how to swipe cards, what to do if something doesn't work. Really, really critical if you're going to use cards at an event, let people swipe them, is that you have reliable internet access. We've had several events where it was in, it was out, and it creates a real big backlog when people come. I remember one event, I think it was up in Weildsmere. It was July Coronation, where it would come, it would go. People were planning on using their cards. They didn't bring cash or checks. You know, it was kind of like, okay, where are you going to be? Because as soon as we get access again, we're going to get you back here and swipe your card.
Yeah, that wasn't fun.
That was not fun. That was not, well, because it would work and then it wouldn't work. So, and we've had this in hotels too, where the hotel's kicking us off because their internet is often not the bandwidth you want for your free internet. So those are.
I was just going to say, and a really good backup is if you've got somebody on your team who happens to have a hotspot.
Yes.
Because cell usually works if they don't have good Wi-Fi. And what we ended up doing for July Coronation is I happened to brought my hotspot, and that's what they ended up using for most of it.
And we love Etienne-Net.
Yes, we do. Very much so.
And those fees can be reimbursed.
Yes. Fees can be reimbursed. So if you need to write that in, do that. So once you have those things in place, the biggest things you need to determine are, if you're going to pre-reg an event, most people already have a pre-reg system set up, something they've used for years that works for them. As long as your PayPal deputy, which for the moment is still me, all these jobs I kept meaning to quit, and I can't quit because, anyway, so because your PayPal deputy needs to be able to go in and look at your pre-reg sheets and then go into PayPal, and I run a report and I can sort it out based on events. We've had up to 5 events open at one time, which is interesting. And double check to make sure that what's on your pre-reg sheet is what I'm seeing in terms of the invoicing and in terms of payments. Because at the end of the event, or at the end of the pre-reg period, I'm going to run a full report and reconcile that against your pre-reg sheet, which usually most of us are using Google Sheets of some sort. And it's really easy to give access to that. And as long as those two match up, I send an email off to your pre-reg head who says, yep, that looks right to me. And then if you're going to use PayPal at the event as well, we wait until the event is over, and then I do a similar thing. I look at all the PayPal here charges for that event, and fortunately, knock on wood, we haven't had 2 on-site events at the same time. And I run a report that says, here's how much has come in according to PayPal for your event at PayPal here. Whoever's doing your gate is going to look at their PayPal sheets, which is why we recommend you have separate sheets for PayPal. And as long as those 2 figures add up, we can go ahead and cut you a check and add in the pre-reg if there's pre-reg. It's really a question of, much like regular gate, you want to keep track of what's coming in. I have the PayPal end of it, and usually the person who's your PayPal lead can also take a look at PayPal and see that report to see what's coming in, and that's how we reconcile it.
For those of you who have followed the link to the PayPal, or excuse me, to Dropbox, in the 2019 documents folder, I have the 2018 versions of those gate sheets with comp and credit card, with the new equestrian waiver, I think just for the state of Washington, because that was the only person that wanted it, and then without the credit card, because there is going to be different information that is needed for the credit card gate sheets than the non-credit card gate sheets.
One of the things we discovered was that we were originally asking people to put in a transaction number when they ran it, but when you're at gate, it doesn't really give you a good transaction number for that. So we've been asking that people write the time of the transaction. It can be approximate, 7:10 if it's run at 7:11, whatever. That way, because sometimes the report I get from PayPal doesn't have a name. There's no name at all, or there's the name of a company. And, Elowin's name on the sheet is Elowin, and it's, Bob's Big Boy Restaurant on the credit card. It can be really hard for me to figure out if that's the right one. When I'm looking for discrepancies, I'm looking for those things. And so the time helps me to look at my other report and go, okay, that's got to be this guy.
I had that same problem during pre-reg for Collegium. I had some people who use their business cards to pre-reg instead of using their names. So when you're doing your pre-reg sheets, whether you do it in Google or otherwise, if they're prepaying through PayPal, there should be a question included in your pre-reg asking if their card's under a different name.
And on those sheets that Torquil was referencing, there's actually a name on card option, so that if you are using, like, I know that Etienne sometimes uses her business credit card, which is fine. I happen to know that's her, but honestly, I don't know who everybody is in our kingdom. And
the other thing I would do is with anything, if you have comps, I would just put your comps on a separate gate sheet, because if things are not even with your PayPal, the ones that we have up have the comps on there and then credit card, I would take the comps completely off and do a completely separate gate sheet for comps, because that way you're keeping track of everybody who walks through that's comped, and you're not searching for them. And also you don't accidentally write in a charge because there was nothing written in there including comp.
Right. And that has happened, where somebody's going through and they're going, oh, they forgot to put the info over here, and they filled in the fee without realizing that they were comped because nobody checked it or marked it. And I also like, if someone's comped, to make a note, king, queen, champion, just so we know why did we comp this person? Who is that guy? Why would we get him in for free? For you guys later.
Right. Well, it goes back to proving, right? This is basically, the gate sheets are the accounting record of the event, and we are having to prove to the state of California right now everything that happens in some of our bigger events. So like Kathy and Kira say, basically, if you have a clipboard for just comps, what that also does is, if they happen to be coming in as a bigger party, they don't have to get out of your line and go to this line over there. If you just have one gate sheet and one clipboard for the comps, they can sign in on that, and they can still be in line with their friends. It's just it's a nicety, right?
Right.
But yes, it's super important that the gate sheets are filled out fully and correctly.
Auntie Catherine, I have a question.
I have an answer.
What can actually be charged on PayPal? What can be put on that invoice? Can they put, say, a class fee or something for a t-shirt if the event has a t-shirt? Or can it only be for entry?
An excellent question.
Because it came up at Sport of Kings last year.
Yes. We can put class fees on. We cannot put hard goods on. So if there's an extra fee for feast gear or t-shirts or cookbooks, we cannot, at this point, we cannot have those on there. Event related fees can be on there.
Alonda, can you kind of fill in as to why that is?
I ask about that sort of thing, and there is nothing in the PayPal contract excluding it. From what I understand, we can do donations. We can take
that now
for heraldries. You know, so I don't know. Where did you hear about the no T-shirts and stuff like that?
Directly from the society PayPal person.
Okay.
Said, no.
All right.
And I'm guessing.
What?
I'm guessing it has more to do with that might trigger someone to look at sales tax.
That could be. Anything that might be a sales tax item probably cannot go on there because it's not set up to collect sales tax.
Right.
So I could see that. But as far as for other fees, any fee is fine.
Right.
If you know, so if you want to add donations to it, or heraldic fees, or feast fees, or anything else, I know that Trimaris, they sell beds because they always camp in cabins. So upper bunks are less expensive than a lower bunk.
Yep.
Oh.
And they'll add different meal plans, which can be, some of these invoice templates get really.
Oh, the Trimaris, you should see their gate sheets. They do them in triplicate. They have carbon copies, and you fill it out, and the gate keeps one, and then you take the next one over, and it's like, oh my God, it's quite elaborate.
Yeah, and also in Trimaris, they have their PayPal deputy does all their pre-reg for their events, and I'm like, we have a lot of events, and that just seems insane. Now, if they go to the new, what are they calling the new system?
SCARS.
SCARS. If they go to that,
it's SCA reservation system.
Which, as far, I mean, I haven't seen any training on it. It's a possibility. I don't know. Is OnTier anybody?
There was some training at the. Didn't we do some at the symposium? Didn't they walk through it?
The one at Milpitas, but they did. I don't think they did what they didn't do in this last time.
No, they didn't really.
Yeah.
But yeah,
they showed it. But yeah,
at some point, I know they actually walked through the part that the reservationists did to set up SCARS for an event.
Yeah, that was in Milpitas when we all went down to Milpitas.
Yeah.
And I saw, oh gosh, where was he? Atlantia, maybe? There's a gentleman who's working on a system, and it might be SCARS, but no, it's not SCARS. It was just a system that would directly link the pre-reg to setting to an invoice. So somebody didn't have to sit and physically generate the invoice.
Yes, I think I forwarded that information to you.
You did. And I liked what he was working on because, you know, it eliminates one step of potential human error, which, let's face it, we all make mistakes. And anything that is less work is good as far as I'm concerned. But I don't know where he's at.
The current PayPal deputy, Society PayPal deputy, which is no longer Amanda because she stepped down.
Right.
The new one, Nika, she's working with him to get a proposal to send forward. So it's in the process. I don't know whether it'll happen before I step down at the end of October or not.
Yeah. And so, but those are things that could happen in the future. So for now, the process is, if you're going to do pre-reg, whoever your pre-reg person is sets up the online form the way they always do that feeds into a sheet of some sort. And you have designated, you know, 2 or 3 people, depending on the size of your event, who are going to create these invoices. They go into that system on a regular basis and log into PayPal and create invoices for those people. And then as soon as I know those invoices are paid, I get an email from PayPal. I zip that email off to you so that you can enter that in that they've actually paid for the event. And then, like I said before, we generate reports when pre-reg is closed, compare them, make sure that, you know, everything's ducky. And then if you're going to also have PayPal at the event, we wait until the event's over. Same thing, generate a report, compare it to the gate sheets. As long as everything matches, then I ask for permission to write a check which apparently we might be able to do electronic transfer at some point, but for now, you're going to get a check. And I do have a local person, thank you, Trent, who can sign on the account now, so I don't have
You're
to
welcome.
mail it off to Orontius, and then Orontius has to mail it off to the people. So it's only one mailing now.
And remember, the people who are in charge of all these things for the events needs to be approved by you.
Yes.
It needs to be not just approved by you, but if it's somebody who isn't has a financial waiver, they need to be approved by your financial committee, and they need to be in the meeting minutes.
Right. Because they're handling money.
Yep.
This is handling money. Yes, it is.
They are your deputy, essentially, for the duration of the event.
So for the most part, we haven't had any problems with the people that have been doing it. It's fairly simple once you get to it. Creating invoices isn't difficult. Kira, is it difficult? I know you've done invoicing.
The only thing I noticed about invoicing is if there's more than one event going at a time, and if there's more than one person in there sending invoices, and if somebody clicks on create invoice at the same time, it might tell you that invoice is already sent.
Yeah. Okay. And see, that can happen because, like I said, we've had up to 5 open events at one time, which is, as far as I'm concerned, PayPal doesn't have a really good way of differentiating those. You just have to do a sort once you get your report, and you can do it that way. But it's not that big a deal.
It was easy. It's pretty easy to go in, and when you create your pre-reg, if you do it where you're creating a spreadsheet through Google Reports, to just put your numbers in there, your time paid and how much was paid. And then, of course, you can also look and see what the service fee is it's taken out.
Yes.
And you can automatically put that on your spreadsheet. So that way, when Kathy goes in to reconcile it, it's already all there.
Yeah. And like I said, the only time we come up with a weird, wonky service fee is those Canadians who are so friendly normally.
So a couple other things to keep in mind when you're doing PayPal, especially if you're going to be doing the PayPal on site. Never use a personal phone for processing credit cards. Because, and there has been some issues where they had the credit card set to go to their own personal account.
Oops, I accidentally logged in with my PayPal account.
Correct, and it happened to our Society Exchequer before, Alonda. And she, it happens. It can happen. If this is something you are seriously going to be considering doing, I suggest, and I believe you can there's still a Kingdom tablet and
there is. We have one Kingdom tablet donated or dedicated to PayPal, but anybody's tablet, pretty much.
Right, and basically the little triangle that you have. I suggest you invest in triangles, which
they're cheap.
If you decide you want one, I can get you one. They're $15 a piece. I believe Kathy can order more.
I can order more.
Yeah.
You can buy them at Staples.
Right. You can buy them at Staples. Yes, that's right. And I would get yourself a cheap tablet that is only used for credit card processing. Because, what happens if the Kingdom one is being used by somebody else? Then, that way it's a CYA because then there can be no mistakes of it being accidentally processed into the wrong account.
Well, and
it's entirely easy. It's just too easy.
Exactly.
We now have some equipment which we're willing to share with other people to process because we bought small tablets and
because you can buy them fairly inexpensively.
Yeah,
we're talking like a Google Chromebook is more than enough for this app.
Yeah.
It's the PayPal Here app.
Yeah.
So a hand-me-down iPad from when you upgrade, or a tablet, Android tablet when you upgrade, or spend the $120 for the 9-inch tablet.
It's it's definitely the way to go. And for example, while my husband and I, we have a PayPal account, I never, ever log into that on the same computer that I do our Kingdom PayPal. Just, I don't ever want there to be any sort of confusion. I know one of the very first Kingdoms, one of the very first PayPal things, accidentally swept it out of PayPal into their personal account as opposed to, and they immediately realized it, freaked out, sent it back and contacted, the Exchequer to go, here's what happened. Honestly, I wasn't stealing money. And I'm like, I just don't even want them anywhere near each other. And we have no other, my husband and I have no other accounts at the same bank as our Kingdom PayPal account. So it's like, nope, that's the only one that's set up anywhere near it. Because things, if you transfer money around electronically, these things can happen if they're at the same bank. Poor Elowen's probably on 49 accounts now. And
yeah,
has to make sure that her own account doesn't ever come up on the same screen as those accounts.
Yeah, so far I use BECU, and I haven't seen any branches using it, so I think I'm good.
Forbid it. Make it Kingdom policy. You cannot have an account at my credit union.
But I could see how somebody could accidentally deposit a personal check into their Baroni or branch account if you personally bank at Bank of America, and that's where you have the branch account set up. And nowadays, especially during COVID, we're depositing on using mobile deposit apps on our phone. It could very easily happen. So,
well, and I have seen where, coming back to that, if you're going in and depositing, especially at Wells Fargo or Chase or a Bank of America, where SCA Inc. is all that's on the account, they could pick the wrong account to deposit that money into. It's happened.
Yeah.
If your mobile deposit, make sure that you're on the right account.
Right account.
Yeah. And another thing about PayPal, if you're doing the PayPal now, make sure you take whatever technology you're going to use and take it to the site ahead of time and make sure it works.
Yeah.
Make sure the tablet or the smartphone or whatever you're using works, and have a backup plan in case it doesn't. Technology can get funny.
So that's a good place to take a break. Everyone should go stand up, run a lap around their house, go to the bathroom. I'm going to go ahead and pause the recording again. Let's pick it back up at 3:20.
Sounds good.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
So NMR, I think, is next.
NMR is next.
Are you going to run it or?
No, go for it.
Okay, I think I have it up. Hold on, let's see if I did this right.
That way you can advance and rewind.
Yeah.
As you need to.
Gotcha. Here we go. NMR, non-member registration. I wanted to keep it short and sweet, so. What is NMR? It's the $5 fee that's charged for all non-members who enter an event. So the non-member registration applies. NMR will apply to all events which are published in either the official Kingdom newsletter or the official group newsletter, as well as published on the Kingdom webpage and official local group sites. Yes, Facebook counts for this. And I don't catch all the events on Facebook, but somehow corporate does. So if you put it out there and you're charging a site fee for your event, it has to go on my NMR report. NMR will not be collected if there is no site fee to attend an event. So like Madrone has Peasants Revel, and it's a free event, they don't have to collect NMR.
But we still have to report to you, though, right?
You do. You have to report to me that there was no fee for the event. NMR is not collected for minors, whom usually have a discounted fee. At least in Ontario, they're free, so we don't collect for them anyway. It will not be collected for those individuals who are not required to pay a site fee as stated in society, kingdom, and local financial policies. I put that in there, but then I remembered that we don't comp for anybody who isn't a registered member of the SCA, so they wouldn't pay NMR anyway. NMR will not be collected for events that ask for non-cash donations at gates. So say a can of food to get into the event, no NMR for that. Keep in mind that any event that asks for donation, whether cash or non-cash, cannot be required for anyone to attend. Kind of doesn't show exclusiveness. If they show up at gate and they don't have that can of food, it's okay because we're still going to let them in. We've already talked about comps, so there should be no comps on NMR. Comps for an event have to be a paid member in good standing per the financial policy. So that's why I kind of put the, hey, sorry, I simply can't do this.
Or on a contractual basis. Because you're not going to get your Biffy people to pay a site fee.
Right, right. And also you can do that for speakers that you contract to come in. For example, at Collegium, they contracted for a special speaker to come in, and they actually paid that special speaker. That person didn't have to pay gate fee or NMR.
On those ones, though, I know when we had the speaker, we also had them sign a waiver, just in case.
Yeah.
Waivers are still required, but NMR would not be.
How long do I have to report NMR from an event? So before every event, the Exchequer should be receiving an invoice from me, the NMR deputy, with the event name and due date for the NMR. The due date is 10 business days from the close of the event. It is best to send me an email to the NMR deputy, the numbers, and when the check will be mailed. This way that we have it reported just in case the check is delayed beyond that 10 days. For example, we were talking about the postage going from Canada to the US and vice versa. It really does take about 21 days for a check to get from Canada to me.
Yes, but we don't have any Canadian branches anymore. As I say facetiously.
Okay.
No, that was the reason why I fought for the 10 business days, because of our Seagert and our BC people. And I got the corporate treasurer coming back to me saying, but you don't have any more Canadian branches. So anyway.
No, thank you. But it takes longer than 10 days. I try to respond back to emails. If you guys send me your numbers, I try to say thank you, let you know I've received your email, and then I'll keep an eye out for your checks. I figure your checks going in the bank and clearing your bank is the sign that I've received them. But if you ever want an email back from me from confirmation, just let me know. If you don't receive an invoice from me before the event, please reach out to me and request that invoice. But there are also blank invoices available on the shared Dropbox that Trent has shared. However, if I didn't send you an invoice, it means I didn't see your event, and I kind of want to know it's there. And then what classifies an event as an event? There is a site fee charged, and then refers to tournaments, feasts, and other activities, whereas participants can display the result of the researches and cultures and technologies of a period environment which invokes the atmosphere of pre-17th century. That's what it says on the end on the questionnaire thing, is what classifies an event. So if it's an all-out thing of display, that's where NMR needs to be collected. And that's all I have. It's really short and sweet.
So that would include demos.
If the demo has a charge.
Yes, if the demo has a charge, but demos are not excluded just because it's a demo, which we've had a couple of events try to say, well, we're a demo and not an event.
So yeah, but I also know there's a way around demos. I
Not
think
really. Yeah.
So why don't we talk about, especially for like June Fair and Ursulmus, how are those handled?
I don't know actually, because we were working on something and we haven't gotten to that. LON or Orontius might be able to elaborate on that. Because I just received numbers and this is how much NMR was collected. I've never looked over gate.
Right.
I know
We're
as far
working.
as-
Yeah, we're working on an event demo policy we want to bring to society to clarify the difference between participants and non-participants. The Seneschal's manual defines participants and non-participants, whereas the Exchequer's manual does not.
And
So-
the Seneschal's manual does not refer to anything financial.
Right,
So
but we
if you
want to bring the two
answer to a
into,
financial question, you do not look in the Seneschal's handbook because they cannot speak to financial matters.
right, which is why we want to bring forth this policy to help define events like Ursulmus and June Fair.
Yeah, well, the standing rule from the board is NMR applies for those events. So unless you have a really good argument to submit, yeah.
Right.
So
That's what we're
basically,
working on.
so basically at this point, then anything you charge, because usually the members that just come for a day that get in, whatever it is you charge has to include that NMR. Right?
Yes, the NMR has to be included in the fee, and then members would get a discount.
Because doesn't June Fair have one price for SCA members and one price for the public?
Yes.
Okay. So if you plan on doing a demo, talk to Ellen first about pricing and what you're going to do and what has to be collected. Is probably the takeaway from that one. So are there any other questions about NMR?
And there is no such thing as discounted fee except for minors. I've had a lot of people say, oh, well, it's a discounted fee. We don't have to collect NMR. And they're using the day trip fee as a discounted fee. And I was going, no, that's the fee for the day. And discount only applies to minors.
What about senior citizens?
Military.
No. Or military, no.
Okay.
They're an adult, anybody 18 and over, or if the age of majority in your state is different. It's based on the age of majority, in which in Washington state is 18. I think in Canada, is it 19?
British Columbia is 19.
19, yeah. So in BC, 18-year-olds are still minors. So if you go to an event up in BC, then you wouldn't be collecting NMR from 18-year-olds, but you would in the US.
Now, Alonda, when I was Kingdom Exchequer, we ran a policy through you that allowed senior citizens discount in Tier E.
That's right. And we still do it, seniors and students. But
And you
NMR
approved that.
Well, you can discount them, but that doesn't keep them from having to pay NMR.
Exactly.
All right.
And
All
there's
right.
been some
Gotcha.
confusion here about that, but yeah, we'll take $5 off if you can prove you're over 65 or older, or if you're a student with student ID in a accredited place, not Bob's School of Learning. Wouldn't it be funny if there was a Bob's School of Learning? But NMR
There probably
still
is someplace.
But the society would still be paid. You could discount them, but the society would still be paid the NMR on them.
Correct. That discounted fee would be off of your gate fee, not off of the NMR that you charge
Yes.
if
That's
they're
exactly
over the age, if they're an adult. Children are the only ones that are exempt from NMR.
That's correct.
And only get one of the two discounts, and it only applies to coronet and principality events, not to branches.
So the takeaway is, if you have questions, reach out to Kira, your NMR deputy, or Elowen.
And if I don't have the answer, I'll find it.
Find it out. That's right. Because we're really good at that.
We have a very, very good NMR deputy at society level, Christina Lusk. She has been the NMR deputy for years. So, and I've just extended her for another couple of years. So,
great. Okay. If there aren't any other questions for NMR, I think we were going to take this time to talk about COVID and how it is affecting us all as far as our jobs go. And Elowen, you we're going to have a few things to say about that.
Well, yeah, I want to touch a little bit on this crisis, what it's meant for us. You know, many of us weren't expecting anything like this to happen. The last time I spoke with their majesties, they were of the opinion that we would not be having any events within this kingdom until all areas of the kingdom were open and free to have events. You know, for a number of reasons. You know, first of all, right now the crown cannot even get over the border to have an event to pass off their crown to somebody else. So there's that piece to it. And then there's also the concept of so many areas of the kingdom are in different phases, and that we don't want to encourage people to jump phase lines. So if you are currently living in phase 2, it really defeats the whole purpose if you drive from your phase 2 area to go to an event in a phase 4 area. You're now bringing all your phase 2 germs with you, and it just defeats the purpose. So that being said, I don't know if that's going to change because we're looking at this could go on for quite some time. I think all branches need to take a hard look at their finances and really consider how things are going to go if you are unable to have an event until next summer. And feasibly, it will probably be next summer before we're able to have events. So that's when you know, you're going to need to be looking at your finances. Can you get through the next year until next year? I don't know how many times in prior trainings we have discussed and impressed upon the branches how important it is to have 2 years worth of operating expenses in reserves. And this crisis is the reason why. This is exactly why it's necessary. Because without those reserves, and what are you going to do, right? So we could have some situations with some of our smaller branches where they are unable to make their basic operating expenses for the next year. Kingdom has no desire to see any branch fail or fold because they've run out of money. So we are willing to work with branches. So if you represent a small branch and you're running out of money, we are more than willing to discuss with you options to help out. And I'm going to pick on Aquaterra right now because that's my home barony. So if Aquaterra actually came to Kingdom's Financial Committee and said, hey, you know, we couldn't do Ursula's this year. We're out about $10,000 worth of profits. You think you could help us out and you know, help us recoup that loss? Well, Aquaterra also has $54,000 in the bank. So I can't speak for the rest of the committee, but I know my vote would be no. You don't need the money. You are not in danger of folding. without it. So we're all taking losses right now. Sorry, Aquaterra, you are just out of luck. You're going to have to dip into your reserves. Now, if another branch came to us and they said, we've got $1,100 in the bank, and we do one event a year, and the profits from that event is what funds our expenses for the coming year, and now we couldn't do that event, so we've got no income, we need help. That might be a branch that we would consider helping, but you need to be prepared for the questions that are going to come back to you, right? So we are going to ask, if you're asking for a bailout or some sort of assistance, the financial committee is going to want to know how much money do you have in all of your accounts. If you're actually asking us to, let's say, fund your storage unit for the next 12 months, one of the questions we're going to ask is, do you have a recent inventory? If not, you should probably do one before you even ask us to help. We are going to want to know what is in that storage unit. How old is the stuff in that storage unit? Is it worth the cost? Is it worth $1,200 or twice that to store this stuff for another year for you? Those are all questions that we are going to ask of a branch and want to discuss. Is it worth it? We may ask a question like, okay, is it possible that you can take some of the things in storage, parcel them out to your officers, and then downsize so that the storage cost is mitigated or lessened? Those are all things that you should be thinking about before you bring this to Kingdom. Another thing we're going to want to know is, are you asking for a loan, or are you asking for us to just pay this on your behalf? If you're asking for a loan, what's your plan to pay this back? Certainly don't promise what you can't deliver, but you should be thinking about it. Like, okay, we need this loan. What is the loan for? Is it for your storage unit? Is the loan to give you seed money to do an event, which is going to allow you to get back on top again? These are all things that we're going to look on just kind of on a case-by-case basis. So I can't give you a definite, yes, we'll help you. We would really look to see what's going on with this branch, and then what is your long-term business model. If your business model has historically been, we are only going to do one event a year so that we can barely cover our expenses, I don't know that we're going to want to support that. That's a very short-sighted business model. We're going to want to know, what's your second event? Are you going to do 2 events now? Are you going to be trying to rebuild your coffers? What are you doing to build a reserve to show us that your business model for your branch is a viable one? So these are just kind of things to think about, things to throw out there. Every branch's situations is different. Your needs are different. Your ability to have events are different, and the types of events. So, but hard questions, but really things to think about. And I would guess you probably get a more favorable reaction if you bring a package to the financial committee of, this is what's going on. These are all the things that we've considered. This is what we think we need to stay viable and keep functioning in the future. That was kind of pretty much it. I think when we start having events again, it's highly possible that we may have to ensure some form of social distancing at gate, both to not only protect our attendees, but to protect your people who are running gate. It's really hard to project what that's going to be. I manage senior housing. I have been constantly writing partial shutdown plans, then full shutdown plans, and partial reopening plans, then rolling back the partial reopening plans. The guidance changes constantly. So who knows what the recommendation from the CDC and things like that will be when we actually get to when we start having events. But I would think that we would need to address that also when the time comes. So any questions on things that are going on? I see Alana's got her hand up.
Has there been any thought to try to do events online where an entry fee is charged? Where I'm thinking what our mandate, IRS mandate is education. So if we were having an ITHRA and instructors were having classes, we could charge for materials for the class. If they registered ahead of time, they could be shipped the materials or whatever, or go out and buy them locally. and then an little extra fee is taken for the group putting on the ITHRA, things like that. If we get creative, we can have online events where we can generate some income.
That's correct. I mean, one of the things that I can see the financial committee asking a branch who is in distress is, what are you doing now to try to mitigate this? Are you trying to fundraise? Are you trying to do an online event where you can make some money? You know, those are also things to consider.
The one thing to keep in mind, though, as she said, some of our smaller branches that only have 5 people, that's going to be very difficult for them. Some of our larger groups, fundraising would probably be a little easier. The important thing is to really be taking a look at those expenses and how some of those might be able to be mitigated. And there is no one answer for every group. There really isn't. I kind of like to hear from our groups to find out what they're going through, yeah, and what they see their needs might be over the next year or so.
Hello?
Yeah. Hello.
This is Queer from Wywood. Hi. We just looked at our situation, at least through the end of the year. That was before all the before the blanket cancellations, because we were deciding on Zoom, and we realized we needed to look at what income we were losing versus what expenses had gone away and that kind of thing, and found that we were in a safe situation, and we're really fortunate that we have some cushion. So I'm really grateful as Exchequer that I don't have to worry as much about that. Yeah. But we've also been looking at, like, we're having our first virtual event next weekend, and I'm very involved in that on the planning side. And one of the goals is kind of to work out as many kinks as possible so that if we want to or need to try to charge for virtual events later, that we've worked out the kinks at these events so those virtual events can go off with fewer hitches. And I think that's really key in that this is going to be, because even if, my belief is, even if we get to where we can reopen next summer, there's going to be phases where we have to close for a while and then reopen. And this has to be something we embrace as kind of a new normal and figure out how that's going to work. What we're looking at in the meantime, until we can actually charge gate fees or ask for our charge gate fees, is how we can start collecting donations and encouraging donations, because honestly, a lot of our income comes from the bucket at our archery practice and a jar that's passed around at meetings. And so that's what we're looking at, is how can we replace literally the bucket income. So those are some of the ramifications for us.
Okay, who else?
Let's see, Three Mountains, I did a analysis of our financial system at the request of the Baron. We're in reasonably good shape for the next couple of years, but it'll start to hurt if we don't have some events. There are a number of online pieces being run by various members, the ANS minister, our chatelaine, the Baron and Baroness. So we're trying to keep things going. We're in a position where we figure we can do a couple, if we had.
Anybody else? Orontius or Elena?
Just from one interior, we've only had one branch come forward and ask for assistance, but then they went back, took a look at their assets, which are considerable, and withdrew the request. Just speaking to Elwyn's discussion about, they want to know what all your assets are like, not just what you're losing.
Well, it's something to think about. I mean, Etienne mentions the bucket that is the SCA money. I refer to it as a pair of pants. And how many pockets I've got in my pair of pants. I've got an on-tier pocket. I've got a Dragon's Lair pocket. I've got all these different pockets, and we just move money from one pocket to the other, but it's all in the same pair of pants.
Are those tactical pants?
Yeah, I have lots of
Cargo.
pockets in my pants. So in some ways we are just moving money around as we help these branches out, but it does need to make good business sense. I do expect branches to cut back on their expenses and to not incur unnecessary expenses at this time. Not all officer budgets have to be realized. You should be having that discussion internally and really limiting yourself to just those expenses you need to keep the business side of your branch going. And maybe you don't buy those target archery rounds right now because nobody's having target archery.
Or the loaner gear that you want to do. You put it off for another year because you can't have the practice really anyway.
Yeah.
Or shouldn't be having the practice anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, in Dragon's Lair, we're going to do our first online event. It's going to be Yule. I hadn't considered a charge, but what we're also doing with Yule is we're going to see if we can engineer a takeout feast. Our feastocrat, Countess Elizabeth, is going to do the feast. And we're tentatively thinking that our social event site, the VFW Hall in Silverdale, we'd stage the feast in containers there and arrange for a time of pickup. And then make it within an hour or so. And then we'll have a virtual court later in the evening. So that's our tentative plan right now. We'll see if we can make it work. And if we can pull that off, a Candlemas will be 2 months after that, and then we'll be in a roll at that point. Financially, Dragon's Lair is in a really healthy spot. We've been working hard at our fiscal responsibility for the past couple of years, so we're in a good spot.
Did anybody participate in the Smash, that online scavenger hunt thing? That they that some people ran for the SCA? There were a ton of groups from across the known world that participated. That would have been perfect to say, hey, you want to participate, your team pays a certain amount. I would have paid, I helped judge some of the parts of the scavenger hunt. I got to judge the no shit there I was stories. And I would have paid for the privilege to sit there and listen to those and be a judge. So I'm thinking there's lots of ways that we can turn this around. And, if we just need to be a little creative, because that's the second.
So will we be setting that up for people to pay through PayPal to be able to do that? That's going to have to be something that's got to be seriously planned.
That's what I'm thinking is it's a site fee or event fee and set it up through PayPal.
Can do.
Well, okay, would NMR apply to that then? Because it's not really a site fee.
Yeah, but it's an event fee. It's
I know,
it's a
I'm
registration
kidding.
fee. So yes, NMR would have to apply.
I'm kidding.
They're conspiring against you, Kira.
They just want me to do a report.
We just want Kira to have something to do.
Right.
Kira did a report today and sent it to Elowen with all the virtual events with no fees and all the events that were canceled just so we can make Christina happy.
Well, and it's really not just, okay, let's take the financial side out of this. We are a community and we have to be able to keep that community strong while we're going through this, because when we come back, which we will, hand to God, we will be able to come back. What kind of a community are we going to have when we do come back? How many people are we going to lose, especially the younger generations, because they found something else to do?
Well,
right?
not even the younger generation, the older generation too. I'm seeing some of the Laurels who are upset that everything's online and it's not the same and the connection's not the same, because it's not. I mean,
It's not.
I've avoided most of the social stuff on Zoom and stuff like that because I don't walk away from it with my cup full like I would going to an event.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, we're seeing a major drop off in our social events just over the past 2 months. It's been steadily going downhill, and we're not sure how to generate more interest.
This may not be true for everyone, but I work from home, and I have been working from home since mid-March, which means I spend all day sitting at my desk in my little studio. The last thing I want to do at a day of sitting at the computer is go sit at the same computer for my evening.
Right. And what are we making you do on a Saturday?
Yeah. Well, at 9:45, I was like, okay, Elaine, you got to go make your tea. It was different when I was working from the office because I'd have that break driving to and from home. And I have to admit, it's even impacting my performance as Tier E Exchequer. I am not as responsive because I just don't want to be at the computer. And that's a terrible thing to admit. Sorry, Elwyn, not doing my job. Maybe you should fire me.
I'm in the same boat. I'm in the exact same boat.
Here.
I work at my kitchen table 12 hours a day and then have to find time for Exchequer work. And I tell myself, well, I'll go to it after dinner. And invariably I fall asleep on the couch or something. So yeah, I'm less responsive than I was before this when I'm home all the time now. So yeah, there's something to be said for when you're working at home, 8 to 10 hours, and then having the bandwidth to go back to that same chair and work some more for the Exchequer. It's difficult. So I'm struggling too.
I'm actually glad it's not just me.
No, it isn't just you.
That might be impacting other people as well in terms of wanting to participate in an online event, even though you find the subject matter fascinating, because you're just done. You're just done sitting at the computer at your kitchen table or your dining room or wherever it is.
Yeah, or I'm dealing with kind of awkward and uncomfortable stuff too. So it makes it easier for me to put it off when I shouldn't be doing that.
No, it's more mentally exhausting too, honestly, working from home than it is because you don't get that break. My computer desk, as you can see, is in my bedroom. And so at 2:30, I want to walk out of this room because I've spent all day here and go to another part of the house. I don't care if I have to cook dinner, but I just want to leave the room because I got to come back to it.
In our case, the Baron and Baroness are doing a couple things. One of them, the Baron's been reading books online at 6 o'clock each night during the week. And on Friday nights, the Baroness has been hosting a Netflix party movie night at 7 o'clock on Fridays, just things to try and keep people involved.
Yeah.
And I think it's good that people are keeping people involved and wanting to continue involved. The new Baron and Baroness of Glimmer, same thing, weekly socials. Kat was doing daily coffee clutches where there are different things going on, and I think it's great that people are doing that, and I have joined in on some of them, but on the other hand, it's not as easy.
No, it's not. It's not.
I pretty much just do the mandatory meetings. I did do Athenaeum. I presented at Athenaeum, and I did judged on the scavenger hunt. But pretty much that's the only SCA social stuff I've done. It's not the same when you're sitting there staring at little
staring at the screen. Yeah.
Mainly because I have face blindness. Thank God you've got your names.
I'll say, okay, I'm a hugger. For those who've never met me in person, I'm a hugger. And I find myself actually saying, I just need to touch someone. It sounds so creepy, but it's like, I'm so tired of not being able to even put my hand on your arm and get your attention, or just.
Hey, Kathy, It sounds less creepy when you say it than when I say it. I'm just saying.
Well,
Not to hug you.
I did finally learn not to tell people I run an after-school program because I like to play with kids because somehow that. But it's, yeah, but no, it's the truth. It's like I just miss that being there, and
Something about the interaction that's different.
exactly, it is different, and I think we're all going to have a week-long event when we finally get to come back so we can actually see everybody that we want to see. Because it's frustrating.
It's very
Yeah.
frustrating.
And the thing is with the online, you try not to talk over people. And so you end up having, it's just like it's not a real interaction.
Well, there's also that half-second delay.
Yeah.
And that, like, there have been studies about how that impacts your brain because you're constantly waiting and you know.
You know.
You know.
We know.
We know.
So, yes.
So I made a conscious,
go ahead, dear.
choice today. This has nothing to do with our topics. When we took our last little break to get a little tiny bowl of ice cream because it was either that or start day drinking. So it was like, I'll have the ice cream.
I just started day drinking.
What? You didn't put the booze on the ice cream?
I should have. I didn't even think of it. Where was my head?
So my question is, do we have any more topics that need to be recorded, or should I stop the recording?
I would really like to hear from some of the ones we haven't heard from, and if they've got any concerns, questions.
Well, I know Wieldsmere is doing pretty well. I don't think we're too worried about that. We are in the middle of a changeover with the new Baron and Baroness coming in, and Baroness Sig and Baron Oz going out. So we're trying to adapt to new retinue in place and new plans on how they want to do some things.
Okay. Anybody else? Arblathenor Exchequer? You have anything to say? Or Siegert Exchequer? Any concerns or questions, or how are you guys dealing with things?
Oh, we're okay. The only thing that I've had come up recently is that apparently my bank doesn't send a statement if there's no actual activity on the account in that month.
Ooh, that's bad.
Yeah. So the statement that I just got for August says last statement received March 31st.
Ooh, whoa.
Because I didn't have anything happen in April, May, June, July.
I've seen other banks that do that too. Yeah.
Do you have online access?
I don't have online access yet. I haven't gotten it set up.
Now, you might want to do that so that you can actually just sort of print out a something so that, you can review it and say, here's my monthly reconciliation. We had nothing.
So for online access for Columbia Bank, you have to fill out more paperwork.
Yeah, I know.
It's terrible, and it's like, but we don't want to switch banks at this point in time.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you for that.
They make you do it's called get to know your customer thing. They want to make sure we're not transferring drug money, we're not laundering money. So they ask all kinds of personal questions. It's really annoying, but they do make you do that for online.
Yeah, for the EFT though, you're going to have online access to pay bills for online.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you want to be doing that EFT, you're going to have to start doing the research on what it's going to take to be able to get online access.
So now's probably a good time to instigate that.
Yeah. What else do you have to do?
Did you really want to say instigate?
It sounds like we're up to something.
It can be a problem for Canadian banks to do online access because quite a few of the financial institutions up here absolutely will give you online access, but in order to do so, they must provide you with a client card. And guess what else the client card does? Yep, debit cards.
So, on that note,
I'll just finish up. How I found that out is last year when we started requiring that they send us all the bank statements for the period, not just the last one. I saw a debit card transaction. I went, what the heck is that?
Whoa.
And contacted the branch, and immediately. They canceled the card. But what actually happened was, again, they went to online access. So now what we're saying is the bank account must say that any client cards presented must not allow on debit interactions.
You can do deposit ones, I believe, still, right, Alonda?
Yeah, you can. And if you get a card, if the bank just mails them to you, you know, make sure that you destroy those.
That's what they did.
Yeah. And then, you know, and make sure that you do it with witnesses. You know, so shred those completely.
Videotape the destruction.
Yes.
I think the first time I ordered checks, it turned up as a debit transaction. It kind of confused the heck out of me.
Yeah, that's
like,
the other thing is
what?
that's why you have to document those EFTs and say, yeah, this was a purchase of checks, which is allowed.
Because funny, you can't pay with buying checks with a check.
Nope.
They just take it out.
Unless
so we
you
were
buy them
all in every single one of us that ordered checks was in trouble by not having
unless you
that
order
happen.
them from a third party.
Right. Which most people don't.
Right.
And most
I just
of
want
those
to make
places
one.
online want to check credit card.
I just want to make one quick little statement. For the very first time, I've had all of my branches submit their reports within a week of the end of the filing period.
Because they had nothing to report, right?
William, tell them that the deadline is a week and a half earlier.
I think they might give me some interesting suggestions that are anatomically impossible.
That's fair.
Yeah, I would have to say that this is the first time I've had all the kingdoms report on time, and the ones that hadn't, I think there were 4 of them, and it was, oh, I got it all finished and I forgot to actually put it on SharePoint. You know, so
and they're done that.
Yeah, so I mean, here it is. They were due August 1st, and here it is August 7th. All the kingdoms had reported, and I was going, oh my God, this is a first.
Okay.